Chapter 531, The Possibility of Following the Rules. There are various combinations of ancient runes. Once you are completely familiar with them, casting spells will be as easy as speaking. Don't forget, ancient runes are actually a kind of language in essence. After Blake accepted the position of president, he planned to speak a little more to these members to strengthen their confidence. He took the ballpoint pen from Charlie and wrote several ancient runes on several sticky notes. Then, Blake put the sticky notes together, and then the combined sticky notes floated up automatically and quickly rotated around him. Float, surround, speed. These ancient runes are the instructions I gave to this piece of paper, just like I told it what to do. Blake reached out and grabbed the sticky note that was spinning around him at high speed. After taking off one sticky note, he stuck another one on top. As mentioned above, what would happen if I removed the ancient runes for around and replaced them with the ancient runes for fire and forward? Everyone stared closely at the three sticky notes stuck together, because they all vaguely guessed what was going to happen. Blake clicked on the ancient runes for levitate. When the post-it note slowly floated in front of him, he quickly clicked on the three ancient runes on the post-it note, destroy and extreme speed. Forward. The next second, everyone felt a flash of fire, and the sticky notes turned into a ball of fire and flew forward. Call. The fireball hit a nearby brick wall directly, leaving a black mark on it. Look, this is the simplest combination of attack magic. Its power depends entirely on your ancient runes with destructive attributes. This time, I just chose a simple fire word. If I choose, what about smash or .explode? I just want to say that after you fully master the ancient runes, you can come up with various combinations as you like to achieve the effect you want to achieve. 14. Charlie said excitedly, Mr. Green, you must have fully mastered all the ancient runes now, right? I dare not say that I have complete mastery, because up to now, there are still many ancient runes that have been lost. However, I will try my best to find this lost knowledge. Blake said seriously. Professor Babbling suddenly said, Blake, are you planning to research the lost ancient runes on your own? Professor Babbling, I'm not a god, so this is a bit difficult for me. Blake shrugged. Although his brain works very well now, this kind of research from scratch is like recreating ancient runes by himself. Even Blake would find it difficult to do it. Okay, you are right. Professor Babbling gave up this unrealistic idea. But, although I can't create new ancient runes by myself, I have a new idea, or a new research direction. What new research direction? Professor Babbling asked curiously. You said, ancient runes are a kind of writing, right? They used to be used to translate ancient documents, right? Professor Babbling nodded. Blake continued, so this kind of ancient runes can actually be pronounced, right? In other words, it has pronunciation, right? Professor Babbling nodded again. There should indeed be some, but because it is so old, although we can now deduce the meaning of these ancient runes based on some documents, the pronunciation, it's hard for us to know what the actual pronunciation of these ancient runes was thousands of years ago. Well, why do you bring this up? Blake touched his chin and said thoughtfully, You said, if we can understand the pronunciation of ancient runes, does that mean we can get rid of writing ancient runes on paper? What is the process of casting a rune spell? For example, Professor Bobbling's eyes suddenly widened. You are right. Blake, these ancient runes are magical words. Just writing them out can produce effects. If you say come out, it's unimaginable. If we can know the true pronunciation of these words, does that mean we can treat them as a new spell? In this way, it will be much easier for us to create new spells. Professor Bobbling's mind turned quickly, and she immediately thought of the magic spell. That's right. If you master this language, you might be able to speak spells directly. You don't even need a wand to cast spells. Blake touched his chin and suddenly smiled. Maybe there were no squibs in ancient times, because as long as you have magic power, you can cast spells in this language. Verbal spelling does exist. Blake only knows one kind of this kind of language magic, which is the dragon language magic that he just learned not long ago. The two fire dragons fought, just like talking trash to each other. That's why he thought, if he could find the real pronunciation of ancient runes, Could he achieve the same effect? Professor Babbling also dreamed about it for a while, but reality immediately pulled her back from her fantasy. But we can't find the real pronunciation at all. This is not a text. We can still guess its meaning from the text, but the pronunciation. Professor Bobbling shook her head regretfully. There were no tape recorders in ancient times, and there were no phonetic symbols or other documents left behind to teach you how to pronounce. Therefore, Professor Bobbling felt that retrieving the pronunciation was even more impractical than trying out new ancient runes on your own. That's not necessarily true. Blake touched his chin. Well, yes, we may be able to take our time and try out the pronunciations of these ancient runes bit by bit. However, this is a very difficult and long process, Professor Ling said. Maybe it won't be long. Why don't we just go back? Blake said softly. His idea is also very simple. If he can time travel in the future, he will go directly back to the past and learn from it. Huh? Why go back? Professor Bobbling asked doubtfully. Blake waved his hand. Nothing. I mean, let's thoroughly master what we have already mastered first. This first meeting of the Magic Text Association was very effective. Not only did it shatter the last doubts of the squibs, it also gave them strong confidence. Moreover, Professor Bobbling directly accepted the position of vice president without hesitation, and decided to teach members these practical ancient runes every day from now on. As for her work as a professor at Hogwarts, there will be no delay, because her Ancient Runes course is originally an elective course, and the work content is much easier than other major subjects. In her heart, this kind of cause to promote the innovation of ancient runes is really important, so she naturally has no choice but to do so. Therefore, Blake naturally became a hands-off treasurer, and he did not need to worry about the association's affairs at all. In the future, whenever there are any new ancient rune results, you only need to throw them to Professor Bobbling. After she has completed her own research, she will make appropriate arrangements. On the way back, Nagini drove the car as usual. Blake was sitting in the passenger seat and seemed to be concentrating with his eyes closed. But in fact, he was secretly counting how many treasure boxes he got from the gathering just now. After some operations, Blake looked at the extra diamond treasure chest with a satisfied smile on his face. He had known for a long time that these squibs were potential stocks. Moreover, after the establishment of the Runes Association, the development of ancient runes will gradually get on the right track, and he no longer needs to interfere. Although Blake himself is powerful, no matter how powerful he is only one person. Even if he is extremely smart, it is impossible for one person to directly study a subject to the top by himself. What's more, Blake cannot just study one subject. But with the Magic Runes Association, it's different. For these squibs, ancient runes have become their only hope. The more powerful the ancient runes are developed, the more they will benefit. Therefore, the squibs will devote 100% enthusiasm and concentration to the ancient runes. When this group of squibs gradually understand the ancient runes they have learned now, someone will naturally start to innovate. Isn't this the case throughout the ages, no matter which discipline develops? It can be said that Blake just pointed out a new direction for them, and the subsequent process of opening up a new path in this direction depends on the efforts of these people themselves. Maybe in 100 years, there will be a new sect in the wizarding world, or even another powerful one that follows the rules. While Blake was still sitting slowly in the car on the road, the incident of him being attacked on the road was published in the Daily Prophet. Grindelwald lived up to Blake's expectations and stated in the article that Blake would have almost died in the attack if Blake had not been accompanied by a powerful witch when the incident occurred. And it made it clear that Blake was attacked because he was in too much limelight, and because of his contribution, he accidentally touched the cake of some shady forces. At the same time, the pictures on Yanshi are also very appropriate. In the accompanying picture, Blake is standing in a pool of blood, wiping the blood on Nagini's face, while Nagini is whispering something, seemingly comforting Blake. Meanwhile, Blake's eyes were confused. It was as if he had just been attacked and was overly frightened. Of course, this is a processed photo of Grindelwald. After all, Blake was extremely calm at that time. Standing in the sea of blood and corpses, it was like walking in a garden. In that case, the article would not have the desired effect. Sure enough, as soon as this issue of the Daily Prophet came out, the wizarding world was in an uproar. People were angry and grateful for Blake's experience. Angry that he was attacked, thankful that he was okay. Countless Mother fans came uninvited and expressed their deepest distress to Blake, who looked helpless and confused in the photo. In just one noon, the reception area of the Ministry of Magic was overcrowded by angry people. Fudge's office was flooded with letters. Even though the murderer died on the spot, they still asked the Ministry of Magic to catch the person behind the murder and punish them severely. They hoped to completely curb this shameful behavior. Blake's contribution has made his fame and prestige soar. People think that over time, when Blake grows up, he will be the next Dumbledore. But now, someone actually wants to kill him before he grows up. How can you endure this? The Ministry of Magic also attaches great importance to this. Aurors almost came out in droves, especially Moody, whose career lifespan has been extended due to Blake's limb rebirth spell, is particularly excited. As for the Aurors, they were actually very fond of Blake, exciting, because they can be said to be the most direct beneficiaries of Blake's achievements. After being an Auror for so many years, who doesn't have any hidden wounds left by dark magic? In the future, who dares to say that he will never be harmed by dark magic again? However, with the magic spells and new potions invented by Blake, their hidden injuries and disabilities were cured, and their life safety was also guaranteed at more than one level. Moreover, such a person with a talent of 320 years old is only over 10 years old now. It is hard to imagine how many amazing inventions he will make when he grows up. When the time comes, there may be more things that can save the lives of the Aurors. Is this a person almost dead? Therefore, when they heard that Blake was attacked, the Aurors were extremely angry. The work efficiency of the angry Aurors has been significantly improved. In the past hour, many dark wizards who were at large were accidentally discovered by the Aurors during their investigation. Even places like Nocturne Alley, which were left unattended, were plowed 3 or 4 times by the Aurors Ica Field. The dark wizards in Nocturne Alley did not choose to resist after seeing such a huge battle. They all chose silence in a tacit understanding. Although they did not think highly of these Aurors before, they did not stand up to provoke these Aurors this time. After all, whoever takes the lead at this time is the one who takes the lead. Maybe when I am just starting out here, Grindelwald, Dumbledore, or something will appear at my door. After all, everyone knows that Grindelwald and Dumbledore admire Blake very much, and they will never sit back and watch Blake be attacked so shamefully. When Blake returned home from a leisurely stroll with Nagini, he was shocked to find that the house was already full of guests. Not to mention Blake's friends, even Minister of Magic Fudge rushed over sweating profusely. There was no way. Blake was attacked, and it had a huge impact, so he had to come. By the time Blake saw off all the guests with a smile on his face was a little cramped. By night, Dumbledore also returned home. He first checked Blake out of habit and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that he was not injured. Even though Blake is strong, he can't help but worry. "Did you ask Grindelwald to publish the content in the Daily Prophet?" Dumbledore asked immediately after heaving a sigh of relief. Yes. Blake didn't deny it. "Well, you did the right thing." Dumbledore nodded. "The more famous you are, and the higher your skills are, the more people will be afraid of you. Although you are not afraid of these people, but it's really troublesome to fight off one group and then another. If you do this, you will make the matter bigger and make the entire wizarding world angry and want to help you. In this way, those who want to touch you will have to consider the consequences of those unnecessary attacks. If you hit it, it will become less." Blake blinked and then touched his nose. "Is that what I thought? Didn't I originally want my identity to be less closely related to the identity of the leader of the 4th natural disaster? Didn't I show my weak intentions in the group? Ahem. Professor, you have seen through it again." "Yes, that's what I thought," Blake said honestly. Chapter 532. Miss Worley. If I meet Blake when I'm at school. Jingle bell. The restaurant door was pushed open. A handsome man wearing a tuxedo, a high polite hat, and an exquisite cane walked in. His attire made him look like he had just run out of a banquet. However, the people in the restaurant turned a blind eye to his weird costume, as if they had become accustomed to it. A prim-looking middle-aged man came over and looked like he was a waiter in this restaurant. He asked angrily, "Still the same?" "Yes, the same thing." The handsome man took off his hat and handed it to the middle-aged man, then found a window seat and sat down. Although his appearance is handsome, his face is too pale, but this also gives him a different temperament. A ray of sunlight filtered in from the window and fell on his pale face, making him frown slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. However, despite this, he did not change his position to avoid the sunshine that disgusted him. Not only that, he also moved his body outside again so that his body could get more sunlight. It looked like he was venting his energy with the sun. Your medium-rare veal steak, and a copy of the Daily Prophet. The middle-aged waiter came over with a dinner tray. "Thank you." The handsome man didn't say much. He picked up the knife and fork and quickly cut off a small piece of steak with bloodshot eyes and put it into his mouth. He closed his eyes and chewed, with a trace of intoxication on his face. "Well, the beef is very fresh and the blood tastes delicious, but it's a pity that it's not as delicious as human blood. I wish you a pleasant meal, Dracula." The middle-aged waiter seemed to have not heard his words. He said angrily, turned around, and left. Dracula looked at his back, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and picked up the Daily Prophet next to him. In the newspaper, a photo of Blake standing helplessly in a pool of blood came into view. Dracula's eyes did not linger on the article, but fell on the logo of the Daily Prophet. Suddenly, a red glimmer flashed across his eyes, and then the content of the Daily Prophet in his eyes completely changed. The lines of writing and the moving pictures gradually disappeared from the newspaper. Instead, there is a short message. Dracula read the entire book at a glance, with a thoughtful expression on his face. He looked out the window again and looked at the sunlight falling on the street. At the same time, the Daily Prophet in his hand returned to its original state again, as if the changes just now had not happened. Dracula quickly turned his eyes back again. This time, his eyes fell on the newspaper and Blake's photo. Blake Green, the son of Dumbledore and Grindelwald? It's really interesting. But this task is quite simple. Godric Valley. Blake opened the window and let the owl fly out. He just sent a form to Professor McGonagall, which contains the teaching materials, teaching aids, and course selection criteria that students will need in the next semester. Blake required that if you want to take alchemy courses, you must also take ancient runes. Because alchemy and ancient runes are inextricably linked, without the ancient runes, alchemy would lose at least half of its content. Blake sat back on the chair and focused his attention on the two small clay figurines, the size of his hands, placed on the desk. He stretched out his finger and tapped the heads of the two little clay figurines. And then, the two little clay figurines suddenly started to move. It looked like two wizards dueling. However, their waving of wands did not emit any magic. These two little clay figures are the simplest magic puppets created by Blake. This is the most basic application of alchemy. It only requires a little basic ancient runes to construct a superficial magic circuit to achieve this effect. In fact, in the wizarding world, these magic puppets are quite common. For example, in wizard's chess that wizards often play, the chess pieces have the ability to walk automatically. After capturing the opponent's chess pieces, they have their own finishing moves, such as pull out your sword and chop off the opponent's chess piece's head or something. Of course, in addition to these low-level magic puppets, there are also many high-level magic puppets in the world. For example, there are many such stone statues in Hogwarts, and they have been silently guarding the safety of Hogwarts for thousands of years. Only the professor has the power to activate these magic puppets to protect the campus, and the magic spell that activates these magic puppets, Blake still remembers, is the Stone Pier movement, the legendary McGonagall happy spell. Alchemy is relatively boring most of the time, but the making of magic puppets is the only one among this boring alchemy that Blake feels is not so boring. He felt that starting from this point of teaching would be a good start. There was no way, even if Dumbledore asked him to be a professor, he couldn't really mess up. Thinking of this, Blake stopped the two small magic puppets that were still moving, then picked up a small carving knife and began to carefully carve various ancient runes on the magic puppets. This will core. It will be his best teaching aid after he starts school. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Blake put down the carving knife and said, "Come in." Nagini opened the door and walked in, holding an address book in her hand. "When do you decide to visit Cassandra's house?" Blake asked doubtfully. "Cassandra asked you?" "Yes, she left me a message." Nagini flipped through her address book. "Why didn't that little fool ask me?" Nagini said helplessly. "Don't you remember? She asked you many times. But you said you didn't have time and had to wait. I think she was a little afraid that she would ask too much. It will make you annoying." "Well, it's indeed my problem." Blake scratched his head. He had indeed been busy with alchemy recently, but from this point of view, it was indeed difficult to delay this matter. Cassandra really hopes that she can reach a reconciliation with her father. Besides, if reconciliation cannot be achieved, Mr. Joulet will never allow Cassandra to participate in his around-the-world trip in August. It seems that it's already July, but Blake hasn't taken any action yet. It's strange that Cassandra isn't in a hurry. "Okay, let's go tomorrow," Blake said and put away everything on the table. Next, he had to prepare how to communicate friendly with Mr. Joulet tomorrow. "Okay, let me reply to Cassandra. I will say, Blake is preparing to visit tomorrow and wants to give you a surprise. I think Cassandra will be very happy." Nagini held it for. The address book walked out of Blake's room. "Ah, okay." Blake did not refuse Nagini's kindness. He looked at the blue sky outside the window, feeling a little bored in his heart. How would he deal with Cassandra's father tomorrow? Suddenly, he remembered some of the conversations he had with Grindelwald. Grindelwald once told him that everyone has their own weaknesses. As long as you grasp these people's weaknesses and give them some appropriate benefits, you can control people's hearts smoothly. Many things are difficult to do just because you haven't found the right method, just like a mouse trying to drag an egg, completely helpless. However, once the mouse can think that the egg is oval, it may be able to think of a way, such as pushing it. He had never tried to understand this sentence in the past, but looking back now, it seemed that he could make good use of it. Then, Blake began to figure out, for example, what Mr. Worley cared about most, what he was most afraid of, and what his little secret was. "Beck," Blake called softly. The house elf baker immediately appeared in front of him. "I need some information about Mr. Worley." The next day, Worley Manor. Cassandra got up early, and after a quick breakfast, she ran around the house, making various preparations excitedly. Finally, he ran back to his room, seemingly wanting to choose what kind of clothes he would wear next. This scene made Mr. Worley feel sour. However, there was no other way. He had already promised his daughter that he would have a good talk with Blake today. If he doesn't keep his promise, Cassandra will only become farther and farther away from him in the future. Mrs. Worley held her chin and looked at her husband's face. She had maintained this posture for a long time, but Mr. Worley paid no attention at all. His attention was all on his daughter, who was flying around at home like a butterfly. "Have you ever thought about a question?" Mrs. Worley suddenly asked. What? Mr. Worley asked feebly. "Having seen a boy like Blake, will Cassandra be interested in other boys in the future?" Mrs. Worley's soul torture made Mr. Worley feel like he was struck by lightning. In fact, this is indeed the case. Among Cassandra's peers, there is no other boy as good as Blake. In the past, Cassandra was extremely proud. No matter who she faced, she would always have a bit of arrogance on her face. However, as long as Blake is present, his daughter's face will have an expression that he has never seen before. If he had to describe it, it would be worship. Therefore, if Cassandra cannot be with Blake in the end, then it is unlikely that she will fall in love with anyone else again. Even if she finally found a relatively good person to settle for, she wouldn't be able to feel any happiness. Thinking of this, Mr. Worley began to feel sad again. "Oh, I just don't want her to be cheated," Mr. Worley defended weakly. You don't understand, my dear. If there had been such a boy in the school when I was in school, I would have been tempted, Mrs. Worley said with a smile. Huh. Mr. Worley's eyes widened. Ahem. I'm not saying that you weren't good enough before, dear. I just want to say, even if you were good before, there is still a huge gap compared to Blake. Mrs. Worley explained quickly. However, it was okay that she did not explain. This explanation made Mr. Worley feel even more blocked. What's even more chilling is that he himself knows that what his wife said is all the truth. Okay. I will talk to him carefully. I just hope that he is really a good person and can really be good to my daughter. Otherwise, even if I try to be cast aside by the wizarding world, I will melt that kid. At the end of the speech, Mr. Lay waved his right hand excitedly. Blake stood outside the Woolly Manor, tiptoeing and looking at the scenery inside the iron gate. One word, big. 2 words, so big. In recent years, thanks to his help, the Woolly family's business has reached a higher level, and the Woolly Manor has become more and more luxurious. Just when Mr. Lay seems to be a little confused all the time. Suddenly, the iron door opened automatically, and a house elf with a good spirit was waving to Blake. Blake can tell from the admiration for him in his eyes. This elf is also the elf lurking under his own control. It can only be said that Ariana, who has been operating in hiding for 70 or 80 years, is really capable. Blake soon met Cassandra again. Cassandra was wearing a light green dress with the lucky potion necklace Blake gave her around her neck, looking bright and moving. Green, such a color that is not easy to match, looks extremely suitable on Cassandra. I can only say that she is beautiful. Even if she wears a quilt and comes out, she is still bright and moving. Next to Cassandra, Mrs. Worley was as radiant as her daughter. All I can say is that my wife still looks charming. However, compared with his wife and daughter, Mr. Worley's mental outlook is a bit not good. With a slightly stiff face, he greeted Blake for a few words and then welcomed him in. Nagini also came with Blake. After all, she promised to protect Blake's safety. But she did not choose to enter Worley Manor with Blake, but waited for him outside the manor. Because she knew, good thing, that Blake had to go alone today suitable. In the living room, wait until there is a cup of hot tea in front of Blake. Cassandra and Mrs. Worley found an excuse to get lunch and left the living room. Mr. Worley and Blake were left alone in the living room. Both of them knew that this was a space for conversation that Cassandra and the others deliberately left for them. Mr. Worley took a deep breath and then said, Blake, I know you are indeed excellent, and I also know that you have provided a lot of help to our Worley family. The Woolly family has regained its vitality. But, because of Cassandra, I still have a lot of prejudices against you. You can say that I am a daughter slave. You could also say I'm ungrateful justice or something. However, as long as it concerns Cassandra, anything must be done later. You don't know if you can understand what I mean. Blake picked up the tea and took a sip, and said calmly, Of course, I can understand your thoughts, sir. This is why I still don't hold grudges against you after being treated like this. Reason. Then you should know where my biggest prejudice against you is. Mr. Worley said, There are too many girls around you. I'm not sure whether you have always been wembehind. Although you can be kind to Cassandra, I am worried that some of your choices will hurt Cassandra. This is also the fundamental reason why I have always opposed her being with you. Mr. Worley's idea is very simple. That is, Blake is too good, so good that there are always many good girls around him. He really wasn't sure if Blake could really devote himself to Cassandra. If he couldn't do it, then Cassandra would definitely be hurt. This was something he couldn't accept. Sir, I understand your concerns, but with all due respect, you can't completely ban her from making friends just because you are worried about her getting hurt. Have you ever thought about it? You are limiting her, the Smaller. When he was free, he was already hurting her? Chapter 533. Blake, you must have cast the imperious curse on my father, right? Mr. Worley fell silent. In fact, he did not want to restrict his daughter's freedom of making friends. On the contrary, he actually always felt that his daughter was too proud and had too few friends. Therefore, he has always hoped that his daughter could make more friends. Therefore, Mr. Worley is not actually targeting anyone else. He is just targeting Blake, who is unnervingly good. Moreover, he also doubted in his heart whether his daughter could really grasp such a person. I have a lot of good friends, sir. For me personally, I feel very happy because of the existence of my friends. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why I want to create a magic address book, because this thing can enhance our friendship, more connected. If I didn't have friends and didn't receive many greetings even on a holiday like Christmas, I would be very unhappy. So, put yourself in my shoes. If I were Cassandra, I had no friends, and only my family in the magic address book, then guess, would I feel more or less lonely? Mr. Worley, are you right? There is no doubt about your daughter's love, but with all due respect, your love is too selfish. You have never considered it from Cassandra's point of view, and you have never considered her feelings. Mr. Worley stood up suddenly and said angrily, "My love is selfish. How dare you say that?" "Why don't I dare to say that?" Blake said calmly. "Before Cassandra met me, how many friends did she have? And after Cassandra met me, how many friends did she have? Is it Cassandra now? Is Sandra happy, or is Cassandra happy before? Do you really feel nothing at all?" When Mr. Worley heard this, everyone was stunned. Yes, Cassandra was a very good child before she met Blake, but maybe it was her own reasons that led to Cassandra's character. I have been too aloof since I was a child. There are only a few peers who can catch her eye. Even if she gets close to a few peers, she treats them as followers. But everyone knows that they cannot be considered true friends at all. So at that time, although Cassandra had no problems on the surface, secretly she was lonely, and naturally there was nothing to talk about whether she was happy or unhappy. Until she met Blake, all her proud points were crushed by Blake. Mr. Worley thought that Cassandra would become very unhappy because of this, but in fact, it was not until that time that Cassandra had a trace of fireworks. Then she and Blake became friends, and because of Blake, she gradually gained many other friends. There are also more and more smiles. Although she usually still shows disdain for her friends, except Blake, she still carefully prepares gifts and sends them to her friends during Christmas. After getting the magic address book, she still exchanged keywords with her friends enthusiastically and chatted enthusiastically every day. Therefore, after meeting Blake, Cassandra has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is an indisputable fact. This caused Mr. Worley to have deep self-doubt. Could it be that over the years, it was because he was too protective that Cassandra became so unfriendly to strangers? Otherwise, why? After contacting Blake, could Cassandra get better quickly? After Blake saw Mr. Worley fell silent, he knew it was time to strike, while the iron was hot. "Sir, I love Cassandra too, but I have never thought about keeping her tied to me. All along, I have been letting her come into contact with more people. I told her that there is something in everyone. Have your own shining points, and don't use your own standards to evaluate whether others are good enough. Moreover, when making friends with someone, you shouldn't just judge whether the other person is good enough. Otherwise, wouldn't I have no friends? After all, no matter how outstanding you are still not as outstanding as me." Mr. Worley was speechless. He recalled the scenes of educating his daughter in the past, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Cassandra developed such an arrogant character, which had a lot to do with him. "My daughter has been smart since she was a child. She has stood out among her peers since she was very young. Therefore, Mr. Worley, who loves his daughter dearly, has been teaching his daughter that there is no need to pay attention to people who are not as good as you, because he is afraid that his daughter will suffer a disadvantage." Mr. Worley sat down slumped and was speechless for a long time. Blake suddenly asked, "Mr. Worley, was Mrs. Worley as good as Cassandra when she was studying?" Mr. Worley replied smoothly, "Of course, strictly speaking, in fact, she was much better than me. At that time, there were countless people who wanted to pursue her. That is to say, Mrs. Worley is just as good as her daughter, so—" Blake leaned forward and touched the knife accurately. "If she had the same idea as Cassandra at the beginning, thinking that anyone who is not as good as herself is rubbish, then how did you marry her home when you are not as good as Mrs. Worley?" "Woolen cloth?" Mr. Worley covered his chest and looked at Blake with a pale face. "Mad, this little bastard is trying to kill someone." The two most proud things of Mr. Worley's life are that the first one is having Cassandra, The second reason for having such an outstanding daughter is that he thought he was outstanding enough. So he defeated all his love rivals and successfully embraced the beauty. But now, Blake told him unabashedly that firstly, his daughter, whom he thought was excellent, was actually taught badly by him. Secondly, it was not because of how good he was that he won Mrs. Worley's heart. Excellent. According to the ideas I taught my daughter, he should have been a piece of shit in the eyes of Mrs. Worley. What else can I say? Thank you, father-in-law, for not being a slave like me. Not being as blind as myself. How many times do you educate your daughter? Sir, you really have double standards. You are not good enough for Mrs. Worley, but you pursue her without any hesitation. And when you are teaching your daughter, you tell her that people who are not good enough do not need to rank. Are you talking about it? It's all rubbish? Blake's last strike almost made Mr. Worley have a heart attack. Wait, how do you know I said this to my daughter? Mr. Worley quickly discovered the blind spot. Blake's information all came from the house elves in the Worley family manor, so he now knows exactly how Mr. Worley educated Cassandra. Of course, he couldn't directly say that this was information he obtained from other channels. Is it difficult to guess? Cassandra was like this before. People who are not as good as her are trash in her eyes. Blake calmly spread his hands. And, if Cassandra is taught this point of view, if you are Mrs. Worley, then Mrs. Worley would not have married you because she would never care about you who is not as good as she is. So there is only one option left, and that is what you taught. Huh? You don't want to tell me that ignorant little Cassandra realized these views on her own, right? Mr. Worley closed his mouth. He was so flustered that he didn't notice the loopholes in Blake's words. He only felt that his breathing became a little difficult, because although he was really unwilling and unconvinced, he had to admit that what Blake said was right. Blake did not take advantage of the situation to pursue him again. Otherwise, he would have been really worried that Mr. Worley would lose his temper. He picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, giving Mr. Jueli enough time to calm down. Mr. Worley raised his head and looked at the ceiling above his head, as if flowers suddenly bloomed above. After a long while, he said weakly, I have always been for Cassan. Really? In fact, I can understand why you want to educate Cassandra like this. If I had such an outstanding daughter, I would also be worried that she would be deceived by gangsters. Blake said leisurely. Mr. Worley's eyes lit up. That's right. Look, we all have this idea. How can you blame me? But, Blake interrupted Mr. Worley and asked, but I met the requirements. I am good enough to be in Cassandra's eyes and become a normal person who is not trash in her eyes. People. So, why are you objecting to my approach? You don't want people who are inferior to Cassandra to approach her, but you don't want people who are as good as her to approach her. Sir, what exactly do you want to do? What you say is for Cassandra's own good, is that you want her to be alone for the rest of her life? Are you really doing this for her? Do you think that as long as she is alone forever, people will never be afraid of being cheated or hurt? Blake's words directly destroyed Mr. Worley's last line of defense. It turned out that he had always been wishful thinking. It's all for your own good, and he was actually persecuting Cassandra? Mr. Worley's lips were trembling. He wanted to stand up and refute Blake, but in the end, he couldn't say a word. Not exported. Thinking back to my daughter over the years, before she met Blake, there were 2 little followers at first, and then she was left alone. It's hard to imagine how lonely and sad my daughter felt in those years. For a moment, a huge feeling of guilt came to her heart, and she felt as if she had aged 10 years. Sir, even if Cassandra leaves me in the future, she will have a better life. Not the same as before, back to being alone again. Because Cassandra has changed now, she has more friends, and her life has changed. I just hope, that time, you don't change her back to how she was before. Then the 2 fell into silence again, and the atmosphere seemed very solemn. He was so solemn that even the house elves didn't dare to come over and refill their empty teacups. Blake, I made you some puffs. Try it and see how good I am. Cassandra came over with a plate, but the solid atmosphere at the scene made Cassandra's smile gradually solidify. Is this the talk's broken down? And looking at the situation, the conflict between the two is even greater? Thinking of this, Cassandra's mood quickly dropped. I originally thought Blake could reconcile with his father, but now it seems it's just wishful thinking. Blake saw Cassandra frozen in place and at a loss, so he stood up and wanted to take the plate in her hand. However, before Blake received the plate, Mr. Worley suddenly stood up and took the plate with the puffs. He picked up a piece of puff that looked a little burnt and threw it into his mouth. Blake was sure that he had read it correctly. When Mr. Worley started chewing, his lips trembled violently. Blake was a little lucky that Mr. Worley took it first, because Cassandra's craftsmanship seems to still need to be improved. Well, Mr. Worley put the plate on the table silently, and then quietly picked up the teacup, but unfortunately, the tea in the teacup had long since dried up. Just when the corners of Mr. Worley's mouth began to twitch violently, Blake snapped his fingers, and Mr. Worley's empty cup was filled with tea again by Blake's refilling spell. Mr. Worley glared at Blake, then tried his best to remain calm and took a big sip of tea. Then his expression became a little more relaxed. Cassandra looked a little panicked. It seemed that the two of them didn't get along very well. She was afraid that her father would kick Blake out of the house in the next second. You, me. But what Cassandra was saying in a low voice was interrupted by Mr. Worley. He touched Cassandra's head and said with disappointment, "I'm sorry, Cassandra. It was indeed my fault. It was all because of me that you developed such a character before. I won't be able to find friends. I thought all of my thoughts were for your good, but that was the real mistake. Sigh. This is the first time I've eaten food prepared by your own hands. You have indeed changed a lot. You didn't even bother to do these things before. You are really good now." "Dad, you mean?" Cassandra's yes widened in disbelief. "Yes, I will not restrain you as before. I believe that you have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and my restraint is the greatest harm to you. In addition," Mr. Worley turned to look at Blake, "I also want to apologize to you, Blake. Thinking about it, it is indeed a bit ridiculous. I would think that you have ulterior motives because you are too good. I'm sorry, but since you just said that you love Cassandra, then I hope you can be sincerely good to Cassandra. Otherwise," Cassandra blushed when she heard this. What on earth did Blake say to his father? How could he talk about loving me or something? "If I had been bad to Cassandra, I wouldn't be here talking to you today, sir," Blake said seriously. Mr. Worley nodded sadly. "Okay, this matter is in the past. Cassandra, didn't you say you wanted to join Blake's global trip? Go ahead and have fun." Cassandra looked at Blake in shock. She suddenly grabbed Blake's hand and asked, "Blake, could you have used the Imperious Curse on my father?" I didn't." Blake looked at Cassandra in surprise. "If it were easier to use the Imperious Curse, why would there be any need to prepare all night?" "Impossible. My father actually apologized to me, and even apologized to you. This is impossible." Cassandra gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me, did you give lines? Did my father use the Imperious Curse?" Mr. Worley quickly waved his hand. "Cassandra, Blake did not use the Imperious Curse on me. In fact, I hope he can use the Imperious Curse on me. In this way, the feeling in my heart I could feel less guilty. People who are under the Imperious Curse don't say that they have the Imperious Curse," Cassandra said suspiciously. Mrs. Worley's voice suddenly came from the side. "I can prove that Blake did not use the Imperious Curse." Blake turned around and looked. Song Worley stood up from the sofa on the other side of the living room. "Because I have been secretly hiding here and eavesdropping," Mrs. Worley said with a smile. "You don't know, Blake almost made your father cry with guilt." "Ahem! No, honey, stop talking." Mr. Worley quickly wanted to interrupt his wife's teasing, but he didn't expect that he could still hide and eavesdrop. "This is so embarrassing." Mrs. Worley ignored her husband's forced respect. She smiled and said to Blake, "It was a wonderful conversation, Blake, and you did hit the point. The former Cassandra, it's so lonely. Cassandra is really good now. She's learned to make friends and make desserts. Just take it with a grain of salt." "What? Did I put it wrong?" Cassandra said helplessly. "Mom, since you saw it all, why didn't you remind me?" "Remind you, but I really want to see the expression of Blake, who is always calm and composed when he eats salty puffs. Alas, it's a pity that he was beaten by your father. Eat first. It's okay to put the wrong salt, Cassandra. I am an alchemist, and in alchemy it is possible to transform substances. Blake took out a small bottle and sprinkled some strange powder on those puffs, and then he snapped his fingers again, and then the strange powder disappeared into the puff. Blake picked up a puff and put it into his mouth. An intoxicated look appeared on his face. Well, these puffs are very sweet. Chapter 534. I am still a child. I don't have the kind of power that can defeat 10 against 1. Nagini is my bodyguard. She is responsible for protecting my safety, so she follows me wherever I go. After the matter was resolved, Blake called Nagini over and explained it to Cassandra and the others. We can't let Nagini wait outside the door all the time. Bodyguard? Cassandra looked at Blake suspiciously. Don't you need a bodyguard? She was very aware of Blake's strength, and she had always thought that the reports in the Daily Prophet were nonsense. With those dark wizards, Blake could get rid of them all by himself without the need for Nagini to take action. However, the newspapers are saying that if it weren't for Nagini, Blake, a peerless genius, might have died young. This is simply nonsense. I really need a bodyguard, Cassandra. Have you forgotten? I'm only over 10 years old this year, but I don't have the power to fight one against 10. Blake explained calmly. Cassandra looked at Blake with squinted eyes. You act, then act. It was clear to Mr. and Mrs. Worley that Blake must have some deep meaning when he did this. Since he didn't want to say it, he naturally had his considerations in mind. Therefore, they didn't ask any more questions. He also stopped Cassandra's questioning, and then entertained Nagini equally warmly. After lunch, Cassandra invited Blake and Nagini to visit her room. When her parents were no longer around, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and asked again. The reports in the newspaper, I deliberately asked them to write that. Blake answered calmly. Why? After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Blake whispered, Didn't I take you to visit my base before? Yeah. Cassandra nodded. She still remembers the mountaintop base that Blake took her to visit, and similarly, she still remembers the infiltrative trial. Moreover, she knew that the people gathered in that base were all Blake's people, and their organization was called the Fourth Natural Disaster. My organization has a very powerful enemy. Therefore, I must completely separate my current identity from the Fourth Natural Disaster. And creating an image that is not good at fighting can deepen people's impression and make the enemy unwilling there will be associated with me. Blake continued. The reason why I want to tell you this is because besides talking to your father, I have another purpose here. What purpose? Cassandra asked. You are the only one of my friends around who is not a member of the organization, but knows about our organization. So, what do you mean I'm not a member of your organization? Cassandra frowned. Blake's words made her very unhappy. Didn't I say before that I wanted to join? Blake shrugged. But I haven't agreed yet. You. Cassandra looked at Blake angrily, but there was nothing she could do about it. So, you came here today to delete that memory of mine? Cassandra said a little sadly. The memories of being together with Blake are all precious, not to mention this kind of unique memory. Even Granger and the others have never had this kind of memory. But now, Blake may want to delete them all. However, if Blake's safety could be guaranteed by deleting this memory, Cassandra would agree without hesitation. Cassandra sighed, then closed her eyes. Okay, let's go ahead. Delete that memory. Blake flicked her head. What are you thinking about? Cassandra rubbed her head with tears in her eyes. It hurts. Ahem. Sorry, I've been a little stronger recently. Blake reached out and touched her head, and used his own unique healing spell on Cassandra's head. The new package disappears immediately. Then what do you want to do? Cassandra asked with a look of resentment, still rubbing the place where she had just been shot. Blake took out a small, boxy box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a delicate silver bracelet contained in the box. I want you to do something for me. Cassandra looked at the bracelet and couldn't take her eye away immediately. What's going on? Are you using this to bribe me? This is not bribery. What I want you to do is to always wear this bracelet and never take it off at any time. Blake's expression was extremely serious. Cassandra looked at Blake in surprise. Ah, why is this? This bracelet can withstand 3 fatal attacks, and the most important thing is that as long as you wear this bracelet, even Professor Dumbledore's legilimency will not be able to spy on any of your memories, because it will automatically spy on you, provide false memories to cover up your own true thoughts. It can be said that with this bracelet, Cassandra is equivalent to a master of occlumency. Cassandra silently picked up the bracelet and put it on her left wrist with care. The moment she put it on, she felt a dense layer of mystery surrounding her conscious world. Blake? Wouldn't it be more convenient to delete my memory? Cassandra couldn't help but ask again. In fact, just deleting the memory is indeed more convenient and faster than getting such a bracelet. Moreover, deleting memories is the least harmful approach. And if you get a bracelet like this, who knows what accidents may happen in the future? Because I don't want to delete any memory of me in your mind, Blake answered bluntly. Well, you bad guy. Don't think that if you say this, I will forgive you for hitting me on the head. Cassandra lowered her head and muttered in a low voice. It's all packed. Blake rubbed her head. Cassandra, remember, if you feel something is wrong, you must drink the lucky potion as soon as possible. It can bring you good luck. Don't be reluctant, I quang. There are many more here. Cassandra touched a small crystal-clear pendant hanging around her neck. What's inside is the lucky potion that Blake gave her a long time ago. This stuff can save lives if you drink it at critical moments. This was also one of the life-saving measures that Blake had left for her. It seems like your enemy must be very powerful. I have never seen you so nervous. Cassandra couldn't help but say. Strong? No, that guy is very weak, but it's a bit annoying that he can't be killed, no matter how hard he fights. Blake continued, After I was attacked once, I thought of this, that is, with the corner. My reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and with my identity, I might be targeted by them. Blake's performance is becoming more and more conspicuous, and the people behind Dracula will definitely notice him. Even if they don't send anyone to contact them, they will definitely investigate themselves, because if it were Blake, he would definitely do the same. After all, such a powerful person suddenly appeared. They have to confirm whether this person is a threat to them. To investigate a person, the best way is to start investigating from the people around him. Blake was not too worried about anyone else, but Cassandra was the only one who had gone to the 4th natural disaster base with him. If they spied on this part of her memory, her identity would be exposed. Before you are 100% sure of eradicating these people, it is best not to reveal your identity as the 4th natural disaster. Cassandra suddenly held Blake's hand and said a little worriedly, I don't know who those people are, but anyone who can make you feel difficult must also be a great person. You must not underestimate the enemy. Cassandra had 1,000 words, which finally came together into 10 sentences. Be careful, Blake said calmly. Of course, when dealing with the enemy, I have always despised the enemy strategically and valued the enemy tactically. When Cassandra heard this, she smiled brightly and didn't talk about it anymore. Blake, this bracelet you made is so beautiful. But the puffs you made are very salty. Hey, bad guy, don't mention this again. Also, don't ruin the atmosphere, okay? Nagini stood in front of the window, quietly looking at the yard outside the window, oblivious to the laughter behind her, like a real bodyguard. Hid, den in the dense forest, is a slightly shabby tent. Rodolphus hastily opened the curtain and entered. He came back very late today, so he was not sure whether his master would be angry about it. Bella saw Rodolphus coming back. A trace of impatience flashed across her face. Why does it take so long? Have you bought the potion ingredients purchased for the master? Rodolphus trembled. No. What? Don't you know that the master needs a lot of potions now? And why can't he buy the materials? You only need to go to Nocturne Alley to look for them, and you can buy them all in less than 10 minutes. And you, not only Hufflepuff, you came back so late and you haven't bought the materials yet? Bella's wand fizzed. Rodolphus trembled and quickly defended. You can't blame me, Bella. How can I buy it if I don't have money? I can't rob alone in a place like Nocturne Alley. 1. No money? Bella said as if she had heard the funniest joke of the century. How rare. A member of the Lestrange family actually said that he had no money. Didn't you go to Gringotts to get the money? He's gone. Rodolphus's face turned pale, as if he had been hit hard. The goblins in Gringotts only recognize keys and will never ask about your identity. Since you have the key to the Lestrange family's treasury in your hand, why can't you get the money out? It's gone. It's all gone. Rodolphus sat down on the ground, looking lost. What's missing? Tell me clearly. Bella angrily picked up Rodolphus from the ground. Vault. Bella, our vault is all gone. Bella's heart pounded when she heard this, and she looked at Rodolphus in disbelief. Our treasury is gone? What do you mean? Could it be that the goblins compromised with the Ministry of Magic and then confiscated our treasury? No. Not long before we came out, Gringotts suffered the largest robbery in history. Many vaults were emptied by unknown robbers overnight. Among them, including our treasury. The vault was blown up by Grindelwald and Blake. All the doors were gone, so the keys were naturally useless. Now, although the goblins of Gringotts have to pay compensation to the person whose vault was stolen, but that still has to be verified, and the key is no longer of use. Fugitives like Rodolphus go to Gringotts to get money secretly. If they follow Gringotts' requirements and make a big fanfare of identifying themselves, they are not telling the Ministry of Magic that they are in Gringotts, so that the Aurors are we here to catch ourselves? Even if the goblins don't care whether Rodolphus is a fugitive, the Ministry of Magic is not all fools. If Rodolphus dares to prove his identity, he will be disgraced when he leaves home. Luo people block. Therefore, when he went out this time, not only could he not get any money or materials, but he also brought back such bad news. Unlike Rodolphus, who felt sorry for his family's gold, Bella seemed to have lost half of her life, looking even more miserable than Rodolphus just now. Gold and other things are lost when they are lost. Bella doesn't care at all, but there is something else in the vault. Something her master solemnly handed over to her and asked her to keep it safe. Things. Since the treasury has been stolen, then naturally those things will be. Just when Bella was going crazy with anxiety, Voldemort's voice suddenly came from the room. Bella shuddered, then stumbled into the room. On the broken bed, Voldemort, who looked like a weird baby, was staring closely at Bella. I thought I heard just now that your vault was stolen? Yes, my master. I remember when I handed the golden cup to you, you told me that as long as you deposit it into Gringotts, your own vault will be free of 10 jewels, because there is fire there. The dragon is guarding? But now that your treasury has been stolen, does that mean that the gold cup is also lost? Bella heard the coldness in Voldemort's tone. She collapsed on the ground and climbed to the window and said flatteringly, I will definitely help the master find the golden cup. Voldemort's chest and abdomen were heaving violently, and the anger deep in his soul almost tore this ugly makeshift body apart. If he hadn't been unable to use magic now, and if Bella hadn't still been useful to him, he would have used the death curse to tear this waste into pieces. Do you know what that golden cup is? That's my life! Bella, it's my life! Voldemort roared, venting his anger. Bella didn't know that the golden cup was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. She only knew that it was Voldemort's most precious thing. There was a time when she was overjoyed that Voldemort had entrusted her with such precious things for safekeeping. But now, things are lost. Rodolphus, come in. After a while, Voldemort finally calmed down. Rodolphus heard this and walked in tremblingly. What on earth is going on? Voldemort asked. I don't know very well, but I spent some time and brought back the Daily Prophet from the time when the vault was stolen, thinking about investigating 1 step, 2 steps, who stole my vault, Rodolphus said tremblingly. Rodolphus did collect newspapers from those days. However, since a long time passed, Rodolphus spent a lot of effort, which is why he returned late, because, read the information in the newspaper to me, Voldemort said slowly. Although he knew that newspapers like the Daily Prophet were accustomed to boasting, but in the current situation where everything was dark, he could only find Gao Chang in the paper search. Rodolphus wanted to find his treasure, and Voldemort wanted to find his Horcrux. Chapter 535, Voldemort, Blake Green, Traitor, Shameful Traitor. Rodolphus read the articles about the Gringotts robbery in the newspapers one by one according to the date. At first, Voldemort was still doubtful, because no matter how he thought, robbing Gringotts like this was too risky. It's okay if it succeeds, but if it fails, the consequences will be too serious. The benefits obtained are often disproportionate to the risks. You know, for dark wizards, the laws of the Ministry of Magic are nothing, so if you are really short of money, you can go to the Muggle world. With the help of magic, it is not easy to get money. After all, compared to robbing Gringotts, robbing a Muggle bank has fewer risks, and the benefits are not too bad. But these mysterious robbers chose Gringotts. Voldemort was thinking in his mind while listening to Rodolphus read the newspaper. Suddenly, he heard Gellert Grindelwald's name. Wait, what happened to Grindelwald? Hasn't he always been in prison? Voldemort asked doubtfully. He had been staying in the forest to survive, so he didn't know what was happening in the wizarding world. Bella replied, When I was at the Malfoy house before, I heard Lucius Malfoy say that Grindelwald came out of prison a few years ago, and he also used his wealth to clear his identity. Now, he also has a strong say in the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort sneered twice. This old guy is quite capable. When I come back to life, I must have a good fight with him. Voldemort keenly felt a hint of threat from Grindelwald. When Grindelwald took Europe by storm, he was still studying at Hogwarts. Having experienced that era personally, Voldemort could certainly understand that Grindelwald is by no means an ordinary person. If he is resurrected and wants to satisfy his ambition, 300 will definitely have to fight with this veteran careerist in the future. After Voldemort fell silent again, Rodolphus continued reading the newspaper. When he read that Grindelwald established a welfare institution, took the initiative to compensate the people, and successfully made himself a creditor of Gringotts, Voldemort's eyes widened. Grindelwald, Voldemort's hoarse voice interrupted Rodolphus's reading of the newspaper. Master, what did you say? Bella asked doubtfully. Those mysterious robbers who robbed Gringotts must be Grindelwald and his men, Voldemort said firmly. But why? Bella asked. And why did he do this? Voldemort said, Although there is no evidence to prove my conjecture, looking at the whole thing, the biggest beneficiary in the end is Grindelwald. By establishing a welfare institution and helping to advance compensation, Grindelwald's reputation was completely reversed. Voldemort's thoughts became clearer and clearer. So, what Grindelwald wanted was never the gold in Gringotts. What he wanted was just fame and prestige. He is whitewashing himself into a role like Dumbledore. Haha, if I'm not wrong, the money he compensates others is originally their money. It's really a good trick. But after all, he is old and has turned into a coward. By robbing your money and giving it back to you, he lost nothing at all, but he was able to gain a steady stream of reputation out of thin air, reversing his previous infamous reputation in one fell swoop. Even Voldemort admired this method. Of course, Voldemort only admired the method he came up with, but more importantly, he was disdainful of Grindelwald's transformation. Grindelwald's transformation and whitewashing himself, in Voldemort's view, are nothing more than a manifestation of cowardice. It is a surrender to the existing order of the wizarding world. He is a coward who has given up on his ideals. However, thinking that his Horcrux might be in Grindelwald's hands now, Voldemort was certain in his heart that if it was in Grindelwald's hands, he might still be able to negotiate. If it was in Dumbledore's hands, then it would probably be gone. Rodolphus waited until Voldemort stopped talking before continuing. According to Grindelwald, he established a welfare organization entirely because of the suggestion of a young wizard. This young wizard's name is Blake Green. Wait, read it again. Who is it? Grindelwald? I'm asking about that. Young wizard. Oh, it's Blake Green. Blake Green. Voldemort said the name through gritted teeth. Bella could see the anger in Voldemort's heart. This anger was actually much stronger than when he heard that he had lost the Golden Cup just now. Do you know this person? Bella asked tentatively. Oh, of course, of course. Blake Green. I once raised him as my most trusted confidant, but he shamefully betrayed me, and you used the magic spell you learned from me to turn the wand against me. Traitor. Shameful traitor. When Voldemort heard this name again after a few years, he almost lost his temper again. After all, he still admired Blake very much at the beginning, thinking that this boy was a talent and a very useful sword against Dumbledore. But he mistakenly thought that this traitor's ambition was much greater than he had been before. He actually dared to embezzle the magic stone that could have allowed him to resurrect. He also used the magic spell he taught him to beat himself up. If he hadn't had a Horcrux to prevent him from dying, then he might not have been able to escape. As a result, not only had the whole year's plan been in vain, but he had to leave Quirrell's body and take his vitality with him. The injured soul fled directly. That experience was a great shame and humiliation for the always proud Voldemort. If he had died at the hands of Harry Potter, he could still have comforted himself by saying that it was carelessness and it was just an accident. So when he was betrayed by Blake, it was a slap in the face. Blake had basically completely gained his trust at that time. He prides himself on being shrewd, but he can't see anything unusual at all. Being deceived by a teenage wizard is as humiliating to him as being ridden on his face to pee on. Blake Green. Bella murmured this person's name. According to Voldemort, this person named Blake should also be a Death Eater. Why can't she remember this person at all? What? Wait, the newspaper just said that Blake is a young wizard? A few years ago, I possessed a servant and sneaked into Hogwarts, hoping to find the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect me. Unexpectedly, Blake Green. He deceived me. He betrayed me. He killed me. His goal at the beginning was just like me. It was the magic stone. Voldemort briefly explained what had happened, and Bella immediately screamed in anger. Damn Blake Green! Master, I'm going to capture him right away and make him live or die. Voldemort weakly stopped him. No. Although the traitor is young, he is not weak, and he has won Dumbledore's trust. According to what was read in the newspaper just now, he said that he still has the trust of Grindelwald. If you want to attack him, it will not be easy. At least, our current manpower is not enough, and we need to plan carefully. Voldemort closed his eyes and thought of Blake Green. He really loved and hated him at the same time. This guy really looked too much like him. Even what he couldn't do at first, such as gaining Dumbledore's trust, he can do it. Suddenly, Voldemort thought that maybe Blake was able to gain Dumbledore's trust completely because he exposed himself. He felt crazy again. Obviously, that kid now used himself as a stepping stone to completely gain Dumbledore's trust, and he didn't know what means he used to make Grindelwald admire him at the same time. If that guy didn't betray me, he really looks like me. Voldemort thought reluctantly. But, since he is so similar to me, it seems reasonable to be ambitious. I can only say that I was too gullible in the beginning. He was thinking at the beginning, what kind of schemes could an 11-year-old wizard have? Shouldn't he just let him control it? Wasn't this how little Crouch was brain, washed by him? Unexpectedly, his contempt would be delinquently. Let him overturn the car directly. We have too little information, Voldemort said suddenly. When he was lingering in the forest, he had no way of knowing what was happening in the outside world, but now, with Bella and Rodolphus here, he could not remain so closed-minded in this regard. I'll try to bring a newspaper back every day, Rodolphus said immediately. As Voldemort said, although the Daily Prophet is often rhetorical, it does report a lot of things. With newspapers, their information is not too secluded. Even the news that Grindelwald had regained power, he only now knew, was indeed too detrimental to Voldemort. Therefore, Voldemort, who had this intention in the first place, did not say anything to stop him. Show me the latest issue of these in your hand, Voldemort said. Rodolphus quickly found the one closest to the current date from the pile of newspapers in his hand and handed it over. Voldemort stretched out his two young hands, took the newspaper, and started flipping through it casually. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a line of headlines on the back. At the end of August, the Quidditch World Cup will be held in the UK. Voldemort's slender eyes narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. The entrance to Whirly Manor. Cassandra waved goodbye to Blake reluctantly. The brand-new bracelet was shining brightly on her left wrist. After Blake, Cassandra, and the others said goodbye, they left Whirly Manor with Nagini. Mr. Whirly's matter was resolved, and Blake was relieved. According to the schedule, it seems that you are going to be a guest at the Burrow next. As Nagini walked, she took out a notebook and flipped through it, just like a beautiful secretary. Well, That's true. I have to go to the burrow. Blake responded. When do you plan to go? I'll go in a few days. I'll make preparations first. Huh? Didn't you go to the burrow as a guest because you agreed to Ginny Weasley? What are you prepared for? Nagini was a little confused. It's just an ordinary visit. Even if you need to prepare a gift, it doesn't take a few days to prepare. I would like to give Mr. Weasley a gift. This gift will take some time to prepare. And then, I want to ask you some questions about the transformation of Muggle creations. Blake has always believed that many Muggle products, if combined with magic, will produce many magical effects. After all, Muggles have very good imaginations, but many of them are difficult to realize on the scientific side. However, with the help of magic, these novel ideas may be easily realized. Therefore, if Blake wants to make the things he creates reasonable and legal, he has to find Mr. Weasley. After all, Arthur Weasley is in charge. This, and even the laws in this area were written by him himself. He even deliberately left many loopholes in the laws he wrote for his own transformation to facilitate his own satisfaction. My own hobbies. A few days later, Blake arrived at the burrow. What the Weasley family didn't expect was that Blake didn't come via flu, but drove a car, and he drove a car that was very familiar to them. Oh my God! I thought I would never see it again in my life. Mr. Weasley looked at the recovered Ford car, and his face turned red with excitement. Yes, the gift Blake gave to Mr. Westman was this car that was lost by Mr. Westman. The reason Blake had to prepare for a few days was to transfer the car's original consciousness, Megatron. After all, Megatron is very important to Nank's research. However, although Megatron is missing, this car is still full of spirituality, because Blake used the technology he got from Megatron and cultivated it again on these two old Ford cars. Another consciousness emerged. Of course, this consciousness is not as mature as Megatron. It is just a nascent and slightly ignorant consciousness, but it is still enough to be used as a vehicle-mounted AI. Blake, thank you very much. Merlin, where did you find it? Mr. Weasley was ecstatically surrounding the old Ford car that had been repaired and looked brand new, asked. In the Forbidden Forest. I once went to the Forbidden Forest. When I was adventuring, I found it. Then I took it back, and besides repairing the damaged parts, I also made some modifications. Renovation? Mr. Weasley's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Blake say transformation. Tell me, what kind of transformation is it? Arthur, Mrs. Weasley interrupted Mr. Weasley's question angrily. Are you going to let the guests stand outside at 5.8? Ah, sorry. I'm just interested in these Muggle things. So, by the way, I heard that you are from the Muggle world? Arthur. Oh, okay, come in, Blake, I have to talk to you properly. I know that you have been hired as the alchemy professor at Hogwarts since you are proficient in alchemy, so you must have a lot of experience in transforming these things. Oh. Arthur. Mrs. Weasley was speechless. When Blake was held by Mr. Weasley's hand and warmly welcomed into the burrow, Blake was still a little uncomfortable with it. After all, in the Woolley family, Mr. Woolley guards his own property as if to guard against thieves. In comparison, Mr. Weasley is much easier to get along with than Mr. Worley. Mrs. Weasley watched helplessly as her husband pulled Blake into the house, and then she said to Nagini, I'm sorry, Miss Nagini. Arthur is like this. He is not intentionally snubbing you. It's okay, Mrs. Weiss. I understand, Nagini said with a smile. Oh, I heard that if you weren't here, that child Blake would be in danger. I really thank you so much. If anything happens to that child Blake, he will be the biggest killer in the wizarding world. Loss, Mrs. Weasley said as she also brought Nagini into the house. Blake helped me a lot, so this is what I should do. By the time they came in, Blake was already chatting animatedly on the chair with Mr. Weasley. Ginny was standing aside pouting, looking at her father dissatisfied. Senior Blake obviously came to play with me, but he was dragged into chatting by Guan, and it seemed like he couldn't finish chatting for a while. Dad is really annoying. Chapter 536, Ginny. I'm going to be angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. Thank you, Nico. Dumbledore put on his wizard hat and turned to thank Nico Flamel. Nico Flamel stood at the door of his home with a smile on his face. No need to thank you, Albus. This is what I should do. Just like many years ago, I don't like to stand by and watch. Dumbledore said happily. I'm glad you can think through it and give up the idea of leaving this world now. In fact, I don't want to lose a close friend. Haha, I don't think I've figured it all out. Nico Flamel leaned on the doorframe and sighed. I have lived for so many years, and I have already enjoyed everything I should enjoy, but I am actually a little tired of living. However, Blake once told me that people should not live just for themselves. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I think he is right. My past thoughts were indeed a bit selfish. I got tired of living, so I started to sleep, and I felt free. But I didn't leave anything useful to this world, so this skill is a waste. If I continue to live for the world and continue to use my skills to promote the development of the wizarding world, wouldn't it be more meaningful? Dumbledore sighed. Yeah. I didn't expect that. Although Blake was young, he saw the shortcomings of the wizarding world. And people can't live just for themselves. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is really a good saying. Nico, no offense, but many wizards are indeed like you before. They pay more attention to their own benefits. Whatever research results they have, they just hide them secretly. When they die, no matter how impressive their achievements are, they will disappear. This is also the reason why the development of the wizarding world has been stagnant. In comparison, the Muggles have done much better than us. This is also the reason why they can develop so fast. Like Blake, who invented a new spell or potion and released it directly. Even though the core technology is not made public, it can still create a ripple of progress in this backwater wizarding world. If only we could be more like Blake. It's good for people like this. When Nico Flamel heard Blake's name, a look of pride flashed across his face. This was his best disciple in more than 800 years. Not only in terms of knowledge, but also in all aspects. Dumbledore said goodbye to Nico Flamel and turned to leave his best friend's home. He came to 21 to visit Nico Flamel because Blake told him before that the Lestranges had escaped from prison, so the World Cup at the end of August might be an opportunity for the other side to cause trouble. Dumbledore thought it made sense. If it were another Death Eater, of course he would have hid quickly after escaping, but Bella was different. Such a crazy person could do anything. It can be done. Therefore, Dumbledore had no choice but to come to Nico Flamel and ask him to use his prophecy to see if anything would happen at the World Cup at the end of August. Just like when Newt predicted the fire of Paris when he was here with Nico. The reason why Dumbledore in the original novel did not come to Nico Flamel to prophesy was because at this time, Nicolas Flamel and his wife had already fallen into a long sleep together, embarking on the great journey of death. And now, because of Blake's existence, Nico Flamel not only has no intention of dying, he even wants to shine his last light on the wizarding world. Therefore, Dumbledore, who wanted to know the answer, would of course seek out this friend who was good at prophecy to see what the future would be like. The result did not disappoint him. Nico Flamel used a crystal ball to allow Dumbledore to see events that might happen in the World Cup. Dumbledore saw a group of thugs appear after the World Cup, controlling several panicked Muggles with a levitation spell and setting fires everywhere. Half of the entire camp was burned down. Finally, he saw a black shadow, shooting a Death Eater symbol into the sky. Dumbledore immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and it should be the Lestranges who caused the trouble. However, what is not good is that so many Death Eaters have gathered around them again. There is only one possibility that can reunite these Death Eaters, a possibility that is most difficult for Dumbledore to accept. That's Tom back. Only when Tom comes back, these Death Eaters have to get back together again. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the situation was serious. After leaving Nico Flamel's house, Dumbledore looked grave. Without wasting any time, he directly spent a lot of magic power, apparated out of France, and went straight to the British Department of International Law. In such a serious situation, he had to talk to Cornelius Fudge. The Burrow. Blake didn't make Mrs. Weasley do the hard work of cooking. Instead, he took out the ingredients he brought and started an open-air barbecue in the courtyard of the Burrow. After several years of practice, although Nagini's current cooking skills are not as good as Blake's, they are already very good. Moreover, it can also very cleverly make food suitable for human tastes. As for herself, she still prefers slightly raw food. After all, her current state is actually similar to that of a snake spirit. So, she quickly got busy. How could Mrs. Weasley let the guests cook? So she quickly stepped forward to help. However, she couldn't keep up with Nagini's dazzling operations. She was so stunned that in the end, she had to help with the dishes and the like. She couldn't help at all. As for Blake, he had already gathered with Mr. Weasley in front of the recovered Ford car to explain his transformation. Blake's liking made Mr. Weasley so happy that he didn't even notice the resentful look in his baby daughter's eyes. The Weasley twins and Ronald also came over to join in the fun. Although they couldn't understand what they were hearing, it didn't stop them from realizing it. Blake noticed that Percy was not at home, probably still running errands with Old Crouch. As for Charlie and Bill, they were neither at home due to work reasons. Therefore, this holiday is not the busiest time at the Burrow. Blake, you are such a genius. I could only think of adding a rough flight charm and invisibility charm to it, but you can think of so many. Mr. Weasley was full of praise. Mr. Weasley, you must have thought it was a large broomstick, right? Blake asked. Mr. Weasley blushed and nodded. Well, I just wanted to give it a try at the time, but I didn't expect that I could actually fly. Then, after testing it several times, I didn't find any major problems, just used it directly. Used it without any major problems? Blake couldn't help but admire Mr. Weasley as a Gryffindor indeed, and he was indeed reckless. If there is a problem with the flying spell, the whole car will fall out of the air. If there is no way to escape by apparating in an emergency, the people there, even wizards, will be smashed into pieces. Harry and Ronald are fine. They almost want to kowtow to the humping willow. Actually, there aren't many problems, Blake said seriously. Blake did not agree with Mr. Weasley blindly, but directly pointed out the mistakes Mr. Weasley made when modifying the car. This pleased Mr. Weasley, because only through criticism can he learn something, and he wouldn't be happy if Blake kept praising him. If Blake has any questions, just tell him directly. Only then can he really want to discuss knowledge with himself. At this time, Blake said, for example, if your car only uses spells to maintain its flight and invisibility, then it is destined to not be able to operate for a long time. If the flight distance is short, of course there will be no problem. If it is longer range, travel will fail. Ronald nodded wildly on the side. No one has more say in this than him. When he and Harry took the speed car to school together, it suddenly failed when they were about to arrive at school. So, what can be done to achieve these long-lasting effects? Mr. Weasley asked very attentively. This requires the use of ancient runes. Blake opened the hood of the old Ford car and pointed out the many magic circuits composed of ancient runes carved inside. Just like Muggle electrical appliances need to use circuits, alchemy props also need to use magic circuits. Only in this way can the effect be made more lasting. Of course, if you want to make it last longer, just the magic circuit is not enough. Sooner or later, you will have to use magic circuits. Failure. Therefore, real energy is needed to generate endless magic. Circuit? Magic circuit? Energy? Mr. Weasley's eyes lit up as he heard these terms, which he had never heard of before. After Blake gave him a rough introduction to these concepts, he directly used magic to disassemble the engine that he had modified. I saw a small bright flame burning slowly in the center of the engine. What is this? Mr. Weasley asked. That's the energy I'm talking about. A small flame? Mr. Weasley asked in surprise. No, it is the ancient fairy fire that is powerful as house fire. It will never go out. There is nothing more suitable to be the energy core than it. That means, my car can now fly all the time? Mr. Weasley asked in surprise. Theoretically, of course, we have to consider whether the hardware of the car body can withstand high-intensity operation. After all, the material of the car itself is only a Muggle product. Even if I have processed it, it is not too strong. Of course, flying for 5 days and 5 nights is totally fine. Oh, that's great. Let's go to the World Cup at the end of the month in this car. Mr. Weasley shouted excitedly. Who wants to use the door key when there is a car to ride in? But Mrs. Weasley quickly poured cold water on him. Arthur, Have you forgotten that you were investigated and fined for this car before? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Mr. Weasley's face. Ahem. That should be fine. Huh? Mrs. Weasley looked at her husband alertly. You couldn't have changed the law you wrote again, right? Ahem. It's just a little modification. It's harmless. It's harmless, Mr. Weasley said without confidence. Oh, yeah. I don't want you to be imprisoned in Azkaban. When Blake saw this, he knew the time had come for him to ask questions. Mr. Weasley, I will introduce you to the other functions of this car later. I have a few questions to ask you. Oh, of course. You have just answered so many of my questions. Feel free to ask me. I will answer everything you know, Mr. Weiss said crisply. Humph. Ginny stamped her foot and ran back to the room angrily. Blake had just said hello to himself since entering the door, and had been chatting with his father for most of the day. Now it seems that he still wants to talk. Ginny was really angry after being completely ignored, the kind that can't be coaxed. Ginny? Mr. Weasley suddenly realized when he saw his daughter running away, and then a flash of guilt flashed in his heart. Blake originally came to his home because of Ginny, but he monopolized Blake's chat and completely ignored Ginny. If he were Ginny, he would be angry. Mr. Weasley is a bit... He hesitated and said to Blake, Blake, how about you talk to Ginny first? Anyway, we still have a lot of time to communicate, don't we? If Ginny is angry, it will be difficult. Ronald and Weasley both nodded and said that if Ginny was angry, it would be very difficult. In this big family, as the youngest child and the only daughter, Ginny is indeed the most favored one. Even the two troublemakers, the Weasley twins, love and protect this little sister, so they are a little afraid of making her angry. This is my fault, sir. I'm going to find Ginny. Blake stood up and was the first to admit his mistake. He admitted that he was indeed a little impatient just now. In order to gain favor with Mr. Weasley and pave the way for what would happen next, 490 actually ignored Ginny for a while. After Mr. Weasley showed him his daughter's room, he went back to his car to admire it. George suddenly said, Dad, how about... No, I can't make mistakes. Mr. Weasley glanced at his wife and said timidly. Fred said, There will never be any problems with the car that Blake modified, right? That's right. Since nothing will go wrong, nothing will happen. Since nothing will happen, no one will know. Since no one knows, then of course you don't have to worry about anyone coming to your door to cause trouble. You have to trust Blake's level, don't you? The two brothers were instigating each other, making Mr. Weasley more and more itchy. Even Ronald looked at Mr. Weasley with hope, hoping that his father would take him with him to drive around the sky. This car was originally Mr. Weasley's favorite thing. Now that he has lost it and found it, for him, it is like a greedy cat encountering a salted fish. How can he bear it? Mr. Weasley kept rubbing his hands while looking at the car, looking like an industrious fly. How about, let's fly around? He finally couldn't help it. Arthur, what are you doing? Mrs. Weasley's voice came immediately. However, Fred and George had already opened the door and got in. Even Ronald changed his usual clumsiness and slipped into the passenger seat. Mr. Weasley gritted his teeth and sat directly in front of the steering wheel. Sorry, Molly, I really can't help it. Arthur, stop. Mr. Weasley gritted his teeth and started the car directly. Then the car rose into the sky amidst Mrs. Weasley's scolding. Ginny? Blake knocked on Ginny's door. However, no one answered. However, Blake, who had a keen ear and eyesight, still heard Ginny snorted angrily again in the room. Can you open the door? No. Go and chat with my father. What are you doing with me? I want to chat with you, but if you don't open the door, do we have to chat through the door? Who cares about you? Okay. How about we make a bet? What? Bet I can get into your room without opening the door. Shh, you want to teleport in directly with your magic, right? I won't bet with you. It's not that magic. I can go in without teleporting or using any magic to open the door. Okay, come on then. I'll bet with you. Ginny turned and looked at the door. She didn't believe Blake could come in without opening the door or using those teleportation spells. Then her eyes widened and she forgot even about being angry, because like a ghost, Blake walked directly through the door and walked into Ginny's room very leisurely. Chapter 537. There is a damn thick barrier between us. How was it? Blake asked proudly. Ginny finally came back to her senses. Chish, you win. What do you mean I win? If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. Blake looked at Ginny seriously. All right, you win. Blake smiled and said, since I won, you can't be angry. Why? You didn't say that after you win. I can't be angry. Ginny rolled her eyes at Blake. Devt. Blake scratched his head, looking as if he had seen a ghost. I actually forgot to mention the bet. Ha ha, you deserve it. Ginny laughed proudly. It's really rare to see Senior Blake, a guy who always seems confident, frustrated. Wait, how could a smart person like Senior Blake forget to mention the bet? Sure enough, Blake smiled and said, very good, you smiled. Since you smiled, it means you are not angry. It doesn't matter if I laugh or I'm angry. I just like to laugh while being angry, Ginny said angrily, and after finishing her words, she also gave a few fake smiles. Ha ha! Okay, how about you forgive me a little for the sake of the gift I'm about to give you? I promise, you will definitely like this gift. Ginny was actually not too angry. Her anger had long since been suppressed by Blake deliberately doing this in front of her. She just responded to Blake, but it was because she was too thin-skinned to get off the stage. Now after hearing Blake take the initiative to hand over a step, Ginny immediately climbed up. What gift? If I don't like it, I don't want to be angry. Of course, she was just saying this. Even if Blake gave a gift that she didn't like very much, she would never pretend to be angry again. I just said it. I promise you will like it. I rarely lie to my friends. Blake said as he took out a long 2. Ginny looked at Blake's pocket with a speechless expression. When she was in the yard just now, the pile of pots, pans, fresh ingredients were taken out of this pocket. Now, he can actually take out such a long package. How much more can this guy hold in his pocket? Ginny's eyes fell on the package again, and then her eyes suddenly lit up, surprised and said, this is a broom. That's right, when I come this time, I can prepare gifts for your parents. Of course, your gifts will not be missing. I know that you have always liked playing Quidditch, but you don't have a good broom, so I will give it to you. I prepared a broom as a gift. Blake was the right gift. Ginny really likes Quidditch. Her flying skills are also very good, and she plans to participate in the selection of the Quidditch team next school year. However, Ginny, like her brothers, has a shortcoming common to the Weasley family, 3 poor. Therefore, it is obviously very difficult for her to get a new broom of her own. Until now, the brothers and sisters can only play with a few old brooms that Charlie and Bill left behind. Therefore, Blake's new broom can be said to have directly entered Ginny's heart. What brand is it? Sweeping 7 Stars series? Silver Arrow series? Ginny asked excitedly. The brands she asked were all ordinary brand products of the broomstick company. Obviously, she thought Blake bought ordinary broomsticks of these brands. However, she is very satisfied with even an ordinary broomstick. However, Blake shook his head. No, you'll know after you open it and take a look. Ginny quickly started to unpack the package. Girls often have talents that are different from ordinary people in terms of unpacking. In less than 10 seconds, the tightly wrapped package was completely opened. Ginny looked at the broomstick on the table in shock, her mouth wide open. This broom is all brown, with smooth and elegant lines, neat tail, and the most rare thing, every branch is almost exactly the same. Underneath the broom tail are golden legs and hoops, engraved with complex ancient runes. The handle of the broom handle is made of ebony wood, and the fine texture on it provides the rider with an excellent feel. Next to the handle are 2 lines of beautiful gilt fonts. The first line is the 2 letters B, D, and the second is the drawn number 007. On the other side of the handle, there is a small name tag, but now the current name of the name tag is still empty. This is the limited edition broom released by Blake Company this year. Black Dragon? That's right, Blake nodded. BG is the abbreviation of Black Dragon. I can't take this, Blake. Although Ginny's eyes never left the broom, she still pushed the broom back. Too expensive. The Blake Company has emerged strongly. The broomsticks it produces are of good quality, fast, and affordable. Therefore, this newly emerged flying broomstick company quickly found a place in the world of net masters. And just at the beginning of this year, this broom company directly launched a limited edition flying broom, Black Dragon. The price is similar to the Firebolt, but after testing, its performance is twice that of the firebolt. Moreover, in terms of appearance, feel, and accuracy, it is better than the firebolt. As soon as this broom came out, the sales of firebolts were directly cut off. If it weren't for Black Dragon being a limited edition broom, with only 100 units sold, Firebolt Company would have sold them out. Therefore, the value of this broom is undoubtedly precious. What's so valuable about this? I don't have to spend money. Blake pushed the broom back again. You don't have to spend money? But this is a limited edition? Ginny looked at him in surprise. Blake smiled silently. Suddenly, Ginny seemed to remember something and murmured to herself, Black Dragon? Blake Dragon. It wasn't until this moment that she remembered that one of the two words for Black Dragon was Blake. Could it be that this Blake Company also belongs to you? Ginny blurted out in shock. No. Blake shook his head. Blake Company belongs to the Blake family, and its boss is serious. It is not my company. Oh, Ginny breathed a sigh of relief. She was startled and thought it was Blake's property again. Blake continued. However, the brooms made by Blake's company are all based on the blueprints I provided. Ginny, Blake put the Black Dragon broom into Ginny's hand and said with a smile, So I can get as much of this thing as I want. Moreover, the materials are not precious at all. The precious part lies in the technology. The technology is mine, so I don't have to pay. In other words, for me, the price of this broom is actually not much different from an ordinary Silver Arrow series broom. Ginny was a little numb. She admitted that she was careless and didn't dodge. In fact, she has always known that Blake has always been so awesome, but she was still unprepared and was caught off guard by Blake's trick again. And the technology is yours. What's the difference between this and the whole company being yours? It's even more powerful, okay? But is it a bit inappropriate for me to hold this broom? Ginny said hesitantly. It's like a poor boy who suddenly got a Bugatti. His first reaction was not to drive it out and have a great time, but to be very scared and at a loss. Ginny was a little confused now. Blake scratched his head. In fact, the broomsticks I gave to the members of our college's Quidditch team at the beginning were much better than the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon blueprints I provided were all weakened. The broomsticks he equipped his team members before were much more powerful than the Black Dragon's, but considering that the firebolts only had so little performance and were uncompetitive, in order to save costs, Tuan figured out the blueprint of the Black Dragon. In other words, among all the broomstick blueprints he had, the Black Dragon was considered the cheapest, but Ginny still said it was too precious. Ginny looked at the broom in her hand and couldn't put it down. However, her remaining will told her that she shouldn't accept such a precious gift. Take it, Ginny. I have long thought that you would not accept a gift that is too precious, so this is actually the cheapest gift that I have thought of. If you still don't want to accept it, receive. I'm really in trouble. Blake said with a frown. He was not lying. The old Ford car he gave to Mr. Weasley had undergone many modifications. The value of the core energy source inside, Goobler's Fairy Fire, was far greater than that of this broom. What? This limited edition broom, or the cheapest gift you can think of? How rich are you? Ginny's face turned pale. I suddenly feel like there is a damn thick barrier between us. You bastard is so rich. Blake blinked. Money can't buy true love, so when I make friends, I never check whether the other person has money, because they don't have money like me. You. Ginny held back the curse words and hugged the broom. I accept this broom. There was a sense of accomplishment in her heart that she had succeeded in taking over a big business. The big dog owner gave it to me for free. Why don't I accept it? Just accept it. By the way, press your right thumb on the nameplate for 3 seconds, Blake said. Oh, Ginny held the handle of the broom in confusion, and her right thumb happened to press on the name tag. 3 seconds later, a line of gilt letters Ginevra Molly Weasley suddenly appeared on the blank nameplate. That's Ginny's full name, too. Okay, the registration is successful. From now on, you are the owner of this broom. There will be a record at Blake's head office. And from today on, as long as someone else uses your broom, you will receive letter reminder. If you have any questions, you can write to Blake Company and contact them for after-sales service. Even if it is stolen, you can ask Blake Company to retrieve it for you. Blake talked endlessly about Blake's company's after-sales service. It's limited to 100 pieces, and it's so expensive. It is normal for the after-sales service to be better. Seeing Ginny fondling the broom in her hand, Blake smiled and said, "Shall we go out and fly around?" "Okay," Ginny immediately agreed excitedly. A few minutes later, Mrs. Weasley looked helplessly as her daughter and Blake rode into the sky on a broomstick. The speed was so fast that her heart skipped a beat. "Ginny, slow down." "Oh, neither of these two is worrying," Mrs. Weasley said worriedly, clutching her chest. "It seems that I came a step too late. Blake is not at home." Godric Valley. Dracula stood on the other side of the town, looking at the ancestral home of the Dumbledore family. He found out clearly that Blake seemed to have been out for several days. However, from the intelligence, it seems that the other party left in a flying car. In other words, if you follow the traces, you can find Blake's current location. Dracula. He slowly retreated into the shadows at the corner of the street and gradually disappeared. More than 10 minutes later, Dracula, who had transformed into the Vampire King, was flying invisible in the air. With his excellent sense of magic power, it didn't take him long to find the faint magic trace left by the speeding car in the air. Next, you only need to follow the weak magic trail and fly all the way, and you will naturally find Blake's location. Soon, he saw a wizard village in his field of vision. If he guessed correctly, Blake should be here. However, unexpectedly, Dracula suddenly discovered that there were more magic tracks in the sky. Moreover, these magic tracks are all new. The old and new tracks are mixed together, and the routes are confused in an instant. Dracula frowned and stopped in the air, carefully identifying the magic traces in the sky. What's going on? Did Blake's speeding car have an accident? Otherwise, why would the trajectory be so messy? It looks like it's constantly spinning in the sky. Moreover, this trace looks very new. It seems to be the trace from today. Could it be that Blake just left here? Thinking of this, Dracula checked the traces in the air more carefully. Otherwise, Blake's trace might be completely lost. However, just as he was, suspended Wong Hao Hao in the air and concentrating on identifying the traces, suddenly, he heard a roar from behind him. Dracula turned around in confusion, and then he saw a car light. Then, his vision went dark, and he was knocked away. On the old Ford, Mr. Weasley looked confused. He turned to Ronald and asked, "Did we hit something?" "Ah, no, I don't know." Ronald had not yet recovered from the extreme speed and did not pay attention to the bumps just now. "Ha ha, Dad, don't worry. We are in the air. How can we hit people in the air?" Fred said with excitement. George also echoed, "That's right. Besides, we saw clearly just now that there was nothing in front of us. So, keep accelerating, Dad." Mr. Weasley nodded. "Yeah, maybe there's something wrong with the car? Well, I'll ask Blake when I get back." With that said, Mr. Weasley stepped on the accelerator again, and the old Ford roared in and roared away, turning into a small black dot in an instant, on the ground. Dracula struggled to climb out of the pit. He shook his head, shook off the dust from his body, and then slowly changed from the vampire-sized monster form back to his human form. Dracula spit out 2 teeth, and then looked at the sky with a livid face. Because he was in the air and invisible just now, he did relax his vigilance a little. Moreover, his attention was on the chaotic magic tracks in the sky, so he didn't pay attention at all. There, the car that I had been looking for a long time was right behind me. That speed, even with his vampire physique, he was knocked dizzy and even lost 2 of his teeth. But, "I finally found you, Blake." The burrow string. Mr. Weasley looked at his car with confusion on his face. "Hiss, Fred, were the headlights recessed just now?" Chapter 538, Dracula, "That's not right. This is different from what I thought." "Dad, maybe you hit a bird?" Ronald said hesitantly. It's possible." Mr. Weasley was also a little panicked. It would be fine if it were an ordinary bird, but it would be a bit bad if it bumped into an owl delivering a letter or something. "Maybe it's not a bird. It might be a bat or something. Maybe," Blake said leisurely on the side. At this time, he had also finished his test flight with Ginny. After seeing the sunken place, Blake felt a familiar atmosphere. That's the fishy smell that belongs only to the Vampire King. Blake pursed his lips. It seemed that those people were indeed targeting him. Bat? but the depression is a bit big. Mr. Weasley was still a little worried. Blake comforted him casually. It's okay. If we really hit something, how could there be no blood here? Mr. Weasley didn't say anything more as he watched Blake repair the dent. In the yard in front of the burrow, 2 tables have been put together, and there are a lot of baked foods on the tables. With the help of thermal insulation magic, the heat is still maintained. Blake sat next to Nagini, and when she was bringing him soup, Blake whispered in her ear, "No matter who you meet later, don't panic." Nagini glanced at Blake in confusion. Although she didn't quite understand why she said this, she still nodded. Just when everyone started to eat and chat, Blake felt keenly that the familiar scent was approaching the burrow. Ahem, I'm disturbing everyone's meal. Excuse me, are you Blake Green? A polite voice came from outside the courtyard. Everyone looked around and saw a handsome, well-dressed gentleman standing at the door of the courtyard. Blake stood up and replied calmly, "Yes, I am." Nagini's hand, holding the fork, turned a little white. She knew that this might be the person Blake had just told her she was going to meet. It was not a simple guy who could ask Blake to give such special instructions, which made Nagini even more energetic. "I have admired you for a long time, Mr. Green. I had the honor to read your alchemical treatise, and I was amazed. I have always wanted to have a good discussion with you, but I have never had the chance, but it seems that I am very lucky today. I didn't expect to see you while passing through these 427 miles. What a pleasant surprise." The place where the burrow is located is called the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, which is a hidden division village. Although muggles cannot find it here, wizards often pass by because there is a public fireplace here, which is a transit point for flue powder travel. Therefore, Dracula's excuse has no flaws. In this way, he became an alchemy enthusiast who happened to meet his idol while passing by. As expected, no one in the Weasley family was suspicious, and Mr. Weasley even wanted to invite this gentleman-like wizard in to have dinner with him. However, Dracula did not come in. "I can't interrupt your meal. Well, Mr. Green, can I discuss alchemy with you through letters in the future? I have some ideas that I think you might be interested in." Blake nodded. "Okay, in fact, we can discuss it later. I'm honored. It's a pity that I still have urgent matters to deal with today, so I can only find another chance next time. It's such a pity." Dracula took off his hat and saluted, then turned and left. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Vlad Tepes." After Dracula left, Mr. Weasley was still lamenting that Blake, a child from another family, had already achieved such achievements at such a young age. Even such a seemingly successful wizard was eager to discuss knowledge with him. But Blake breathed a sigh of relief, because at present, Dracula did not recognize himself as the leader of the 4th natural disaster. Because Blake didn't sense any malice in this vampire. This also made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, he had to fight every time he saw it before. Vlad Tepes Drac. Ula was actually Dracula's full name, perhaps to guard against Aunt Ariana, so he did not tell Blake the last name, Dracula. Blake picked up a glass of pumpkin juice and took a sip, continuing to think in his mind. Dracula did not rush to explain his purpose to him today, but pretended to meet him by chance and became familiar with him. It seemed that he was paving the way for future plans. Moreover, he also mentioned that he wanted to discuss alchemy with him. In other words, the people behind Dracula seemed to want to recruit him. Moreover, he would definitely use the things that he was most interested in, such as they thought they would be interested in the knowledge of alchemy to attract themselves. Now that they know that they are Nico Flamel's students, they still want to use alchemy to reflect their strength and attract their attention. Then, can it be understood that in their hands, looking at the Nicolaim's greater knowledge of alchemy? Otherwise, the alchemy skills in their hands will not attract Blake's attention, and they will not be able to recruit Blake. If that's the case, Blake wouldn't mind tricking Dracula like he did with Voldemort. After all, there is nothing that can be done about it. If you don't want to expose your own strength, then the only way is to compromise with these guys. Moreover, to be able to treat a fierce man like Dracula as an errand boy, it is impossible to say that Blake has no interest in this organization. That night, Blake, who stayed at the burrow, received a letter from Dracula. Attached to the letter was a picture of a cane with two snakes wrapped around it, one of which was devouring the other. Blake looked at the picture in front of him and was a little confused for a moment. He put down the picture, took the letter, and read it. The content of the letter generally states that Dracula accidentally obtained a magical alchemy book. There are no words in the book, only patterns, and this page of pictures is exactly the content of a page in that book. He didn't understand what it meant, so he wanted Blake to help him take a look. Blake put down the letter and took the picture again and looked at it. At first glance, it didn't seem like anything special, but the more he looked at it, the weirder it seemed to Blake. Such a picture seems to hide 10 deep principles of alchemy. Blake couldn't help but immerse himself in it, took a piece of parchment, and started writing and drawing. It has to be said that Dracula dared to use alchemy to stir up Blake's nerves, but he was a bit hesitant. When Blake looked up from the parchment covered with writing, he realized that 2 hours had passed. Moreover, Blake realized that in order to fully understand the secret of this picture, he must see the original copy of the book. It is absolutely impossible to copy all the details of the original work from just a picture of the tomb. I can only say that you are worthy of me. Now my interest has been completely aroused by you. Blake murmured to himself. Even if he knew the details of Dracula, when he saw such a picture, he still couldn't help but want to go find Dracula and take a look at the real thing. If he doesn't know the other party's details, let alone. At that time, as long as Dracula introduced his organization to himself, and there were many such books and esoteric knowledge within his organization, Blake bet that he would definitely be moved. Oh, since you are so generous, then I have to do it for nothing, Blake murmured. Early the next morning, after Blake had breakfast at Weasley's house, he stopped by Luna's house. After all, Luna's house is near the burrow. Luna was still the same. When Blake found her, she was sitting by the river watching the new issue of the Quibbler with a pair of white little feet dangling in the river, CCCF. You're here. Do you want to watch it together? Luna held up the Quibbler in her hand. Okay. Blake sat next to her and followed her example, taking off his shoes and running into the Ivor. The cold river water immediately dissipated the summer heat. Luna handed over the Quibbler and said, Look, little Ben is doing well now. On the open page of the Quibbler, there is a photo. In the photo, it is the first bent-horned Snorlax created by Blake. This curved-horned snorebeast, named Little Ben by Luna, was sleeping soundly in the shed. Yeah, he's doing well. Blake nodded in agreement. Luna suddenly said, Actually, this is not a real scimitar-horned beast, right? Huh? How do you say that? We found it together, didn't we? Blake asked. Actually, I have always known. Dad and I have been looking for this kind of creature for a long time, but we have not found it. But the first time you look for it, you really find it. Luna looking at Blake. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were meaningful. Blake was slightly stunned. I'm just lucky. But Little Ben said that you are the one who created them, Luna said with a smile. Blake suddenly remembered the batch of magical animal translators he had sent to Newt and the others. Unexpectedly, his lies would be exposed directly because of one of his products. Okay, I indeed haven't found the real bent-horned Snorlax, and then I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. But this is really cool, isn't it? Luna's eyes were bright. Although Little Ben is a species created by you, it is indeed a brand new life. You created a new life, Blake. Isn't this cool? It's like the legendary one, like a god. Blake wanted to say that he did not create life, but used genetic hybridization technology and biotechnology, and then caused some normal magical animals to become distorted. Thinking about it this way, Blake felt that he seemed quite evil. Just like those dark wizards who like to do evil experiments. You don't blame me? I certainly don't blame you, Mr. Scamander said. It's a white lie, isn't it? But you have always wanted to see the real Snorlax. Blake, I believe there really is a scimitar-horned Snorlax, but I think it is much more difficult to directly create a scimitar-horned Snorlax than to find a scimitar-horned Snorlax. Blake actually still felt that it was more difficult to find a bent-horn snork than to make a bent-horn snork, because the bent-horn snork was indeed not a real magical animal. However, he wisely closed his mouth. Just don't blame me. I'm actually very grateful to you, Blake, for finding the Snorlax. You don't know how happy my dad is. I haven't seen him so happy for a long time, so I told Mr. Scamander, can you please not take this? Tell my dad about it. Mr. Scamander agreed. He also helped me perfect this white lie. Luna said, looking at the picture in the book. Since my mother was gone, I have never seen my father as happy as he is now. Therefore, the one in the magical zoo must be a real bent-horned snorkel. Blake pondered for a while, and then asked, Then, you don't plan to find the real bent-horned Snorlax? No more searching, because Dad has already found it, right? Luna said softly. It turns out that Luna's desire to find the crescent-horned Snorlax was actually because she wanted her father to realize her dream. Now that her father has fulfilled his dream and found the bent-horned Snorlax, she has no menks. It's time to deliberately embark on a journey to find the scintillary Snorlax. Well, what a good girl. After returning to the burrow, Blake received the second picture again, also from Dracula. This picture shows a cross, but it is not Jesus who is nailed to the cross, but a snake. Blake quickly became immersed again. However, just like last night, when Blake's interest was halfway aroused, the content in the painting stopped abruptly. Because this is a copy, not an authentic work. Only the patterns in the original work can reveal the secrets of alchemy in it. Blake took a deep breath. Dracula was fishing. This fish is Blake himself, and these two consecutive pictures are Dracula's nest. However, the fish Blake did not fall for the bait. Instead, it surrounded the bait and carefully ate the bait on the hook, but it would not take the bait. Because although he gained a lot of new alchemy knowledge in vain, he never wrote back even a letter to Dracula. Just because I accept a gift does not mean that I agree to your request. The scumbag's inequality is instantly resolved. Blake's operation really confused Dracula. He used special means to detect that Blake was indeed immersed in his subject after receiving the picture. However, after immersing himself in it, he went back to his own business and showed no intention of replying to the letter and discussing with himself. If the other party doesn't reply, how can you chat with him? If you don't chat with him, how can you lure the other party to join your organization? This is completely different from what he imagined. Shouldn't the other party reply to him in a hurry and then promote his group training to him 10 times? Now, is Blake interested or not interested at all? Dracula gritted his teeth and continued to send the third painting. It was said that he was reluctant to let go of his children and would not look for the wolf. He didn't believe it. Blake could completely bear not to look for him. So, Blake accepted the third picture with a smile again, and then continued to have sex for nothing. Don't refuse. Don't take the initiative. The scumbag code doesn't necessarily have to be applied to girls. Chapter 539. What if I want to transform a transformer? In the third picture, a large desert is painted, with several clear springs emerging on the desert. From the springs, snakes are constantly coming out. Another snake? Blake picked up the attached letter and looked at it. In the letter, Dracula asked himself in a tentative tone whether he had received the previous letter. He was also asked if he could understand the alchemical knowledge contained in these patterns. But Blake put the letter aside as usual and continued to study the pattern. When it was over again, Blake discovered that the owl that delivered the message had not left yet. It seems that Dracula has also learned a lot and has to wait for Blake's reply. Blake touched his chin, then pulled out a piece of parchment and hurriedly wrote a few lines before letting the owl send it back. The owl soon returned to Dracula's temporary home. When he saw the owl holding a note in its beak, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The bastard finally replied. Dracula quickly opened the note and read it. Then he put it down again with a confused look on his face, because what was written on the note was not a reply, but 2 lines of alchemical formulas. Dracula also has some knowledge of alchemy, otherwise he would not use alchemy to catch Blake. However, he still couldn't understand the meaning of the 2 formulas on the note. Sk. If you don't want to reply, you don't have to. What do you mean by replying with 2 formulas? Dracula crumpled the note into a ball angrily and threw it on the ground. However, he then thought about it. The country. Is Blake testing his alchemy level? If his alchemy skills were not good enough, maybe he wouldn't bother to communicate with him? The more Dracula thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible, because human beings are like this, especially those who have some ability. They always look aloof and always have an inexplicable sense of superiority. Thinking of this, Dracula had no choice but to spread out the parchment again, and then began to study it with a frown. As soon as Dracula studied it, Blake did not receive the next painting. However, Blake remained calm and everything was under his control. At least, Dracula should not bother him until he solves his two formulas. Moreover, Dracula guessed one thing right. If his alchemy skills were not up to par, Blake would really be reluctant to deal with him. If Blake wants to do it for free, then you have to have something for him to do it for free. Taking some time off, Blake finally had time to have a good chat with Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley has been working in the Department for the Suppression of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts at the Ministry of Magic. This department is very small, and the head is Mr. Weasley. I've actually always been quite curious. That is, to what extent is it considered abusing Muggle items? Blake asked. Mr. Weasley replied, generally speaking, when wizards apply magic to Muggle products, it is considered a misuse of Muggle items. Well, just generally speaking, this is also to protect Muggles. That's why you are responsible for writing the Muggle Protection Act? Mr. Weasley nodded. Yes. You know, Muggles know nothing about wizards. If items modified by wizards leak into the Muggle world, the danger is very high. We have to protect these careless items. Poor Muggles who receive something that has been transformed by magic. As far as I can remember, I have dealt with a few serious cases. For example, a set of coffee cups that bite people's noses, a door handle that makes it impossible to let go. I still remember that those two poor Muggles were frightened and fainted. We had to dispatch urgently. After treating their injuries, we also temporarily revised their records. Blake thought about it and found that this did make sense. Some guys just like to add all kinds of weird magic to Muggle products. Taking the example just now, what is the purpose of a set of coffee cups that bite people's noses? Is it just to tease people? If the person who got this set of cups was a wizard, it might be a prank, but if it fell into the hands of a Muggle, it would be a ghost story. The Muggle Protection Act is indeed necessary. Then, broomsticks are considered a Muggle product, so why aren't flying broomsticks a misuse of Muggle products? Well, because broomsticks are products made by wizards themselves. They are not made by wizards using magic on broomsticks produced by Muggles. So, what about flying carpets? Why are flying carpets contraband in the UK? Aren't flying carpets also a product made by the locals? Mr. Weasley explained patiently. There are indeed many people who have this question. Flying carpets are actually more likely to end up in the Muggle world than flying broomsticks. Many times, when the flying carpet is rolled up, even the wizard can't tell whether this is an ordinary carpet or a flying carpet. There is still a difference between a broomstick and a Muggle broom. After all, Muggle brooms don't have legs, so British magic. Flying carpets are banned out of caution. Then, Mister, you modified your Ford car. As soon as Mr. Weasley heard about Ford cars, a trace of pride flashed on his face. Speaking of this, I have to mention my Muggle Protection Act. The misuse of Muggle products is prohibited. Among them, abuse is very flexible and can be divided into malicious transformation and general transformation. For example, as long as it is a harmless magical transformation, it is not considered a malicious transformation. If it is discovered, it will be fined at most. It is not a big problem. For example, my car can fly and become invisible. I think this is not a big deal. It will harm Muggles. Therefore, this is not a malicious modification, but the cup that bites people is different. The biting cup will really hurt Muggles. So, this is a malicious modification. It should be thrown into Azkaban's. Blake suddenly realized the so-called abuse term in the Muggle Protection Act belongs entirely to Mr. Weasley himself. He believes that only malicious transformation requires severe punishment, while general transformation should be punished lightly. Sometimes even fines are not required. Otherwise, What if a muggle accidentally drives the flying car into the sky? How can we say there is no danger? But Mr. Weasley said there is no harm, which means it is not malicious and can be forgiven. No wonder Mr. Weasley was photographed by muggles when he was speeding. He was only fined a small amount of money instead of being thrown into Azkaban. Moreover, that fine was more to punish him for violating the International Statute of Secrecy than for abusing muggle items. Zero Blake, you asked me this. Do you also want to change something? Mr. Weasley asked. He knows best about the idea of reforming, but being a little worried, otherwise he would not frequently amend the provisions of the Muggle Protection Act. Yes, Mr. Weasley. In fact, many products in the Muggle world are very creative, but Muggle products are all electrically powered and cannot be used in the wizarding world, especially in a place like Hogwarts, so we can only make modifications. I want to find out whether this is illegal before we come up with these products. What do you want to modify? Mr. Weasley asked with interest. For example, air conditioner? In the hot summer, this thing can make the indoor temperature cooler. If installed in your car, when you drive in the summer, it won't feel stuffy anymore. What? There is such a thing? Mr. Weasley asked excitedly. He couldn't wait to put such a magical thing in his precious car. After all, everything about his car is good except that it feels stuffy when driving. Because of his unknown car, the air conditioner had already broken down. The Muggle products we use need to be transformed. Mr. Blake Severs. It's not illegal. It's not illegal to modify the air conditioner. Mr. Weasley Ahmed Ayatli expressed his opinion. The principle of the Muggle Protection Act is that any modification that is not harmful is not considered malicious modification, and of course it is not considered the misuse of Muggle items. Then, what if I transform a transformer? Doesn't it count as abuse if I just build a transformer and then transform it into a car? Because there are no transformers in the Muggle world. Isn't this right? It can only be regarded as a transformation of alchemical products? Chapter 540, Dracula Rub. I was raped for nothing. Mr. Weasley asked confusedly, what are transformers? Blake did not answer this question, but continued. In other words, if I build a car myself and then modify the car, then this is neither an ordinary modification nor a malicious modification, because this car was ultimately made by me, and I am a wizard, so the things made by wizards are not Muggle items, but items imitated by me. Hiss! Mr. Weasley's eyes widened. In other words, I just make a piece of cloth that can carry people and fly, and then decorate the cloth to look like my son. Then this is not considered a transformation of Muggle items. No. It won't work if you change it to a flying carpet, because flying carpets are banned in the UK. Mr. Weasley interrupted Blake. But, if you build a product that can control temperature and then change it to look like an air conditioner, it's still not a modification. Blake nodded and said, so, in the final analysis, I only need to copy products with similar functions, and it will not be considered a modification, and it will not violate the Muggle Protection Act. Hey, I am also stupid. I can make it myself and do it. I'm always thinking about transformation. Mr. Weasley took a breath again. Why didn't I think of this before? But he soon felt relieved. Even if he thought of this, he couldn't imitate a car with his ability. The most he can do is do some magic on the car. Mr. Weasley asked again. So, what kind of transformers do you want to create? But, what are transformers? 5 minutes later, when Mr. Weasley saw his precious old Ford car transform directly into a 5-meter-tall transformer, everyone went numb. Not just Mr. Weasley. Everyone in the Weasley family was so shocked that 660 opened his mouth wide. It was just a car, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic, magic puppet. These tie pants are hot. The Weasley twins praised loudly. Can we get in there and control it? Ronald looked at the big black tubes on the Transformer's arms. Isn't this the gun barrel that Harry was talking about? Ginny looked at this huge creature and thought about reaching out her little hand to touch this big guy. But he was quickly pulled back into his arms by Mrs. Weasley. After all, this guy looks dangerous. This is considered malicious transformation, Mr. Weasley said weakly. I'm sorry, sir. Then I'll undo this modification right now. Blake immediately stepped forward and prepared to take action. Stay! Mr. Weasley grabbed Blake's sleeve. Give me one night." With that said, Mr. Weasley rushed to his room, grabbing a copy of the Muggle Protection Act on the way. Mrs. Weasley asked in surprise, "Arthur, you're not going to work today?" "I'm not going. I'll ask for leave later." Mr. Weasley responded loudly. "Wait, you want to change the law again?" "Change. Change immediately. Transformers must stay. Merlin, this is too hot." Blake stayed at the Weasleys' house for a few days, and after playing with Ginny for a few days, he left. Not long after Blake returned home, Dracula's letter appeared on his desk again. Attached to the letter were 2 full stacks of parchment. I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth slightly as I spread the parchment paper with dense handwriting on it. I have to say that after Dracula has lived for so many years, alchemy still has 2 brushes. Dracula deduced the 2 formulas he had summarized on those 3 pictures again. Because he has read the original copy of the book, the derivation sent now is much more comprehensive than what Blake could conclude just by looking at the tomb map. In other words, in order to derive these 2 formulas, Dracula unknowingly revealed some of the knowledge he had hidden. So Blake used the extra knowledge comfortably for free. After the prostitution was over, Blake wrote him another letter. When Dracula received the reply and found 2 new formulas on it, his pale face turned green. "Matt, I worked hard and finally deduced the 2 previous formulas, and now here are 2 more? Moreover, this looks even more difficult than the previous 2. Dracula was extremely depressed and originally wanted to win over Blake with his knowledge of alchemy. But now he has handed over a lot of his alchemy skills, but he hasn't had a serious talk with Blake yet. Whenever Blake replies to him seriously, he can also bring the topic to his organization. But now, the other party only communicates with his formula. If this continues, it will really become an academic exchange. How can that work? However, the boss seems to appreciate Blake very much, and he is reluctant to use force. Dracula looked at the 2 new formulas on the letter paper frantically, gritted his teeth, and picked up the quill again. I did all this to get close to Blake and gain his trust. The days gradually passed in the academic exchange between Blake and Dracula. Soon, Blake had several more pictures in his hand, and then Dracula had more than 10 new formulas in his hand. When Dracula looked up from the pile of draft paper, his face looked extremely haggard. "It's finally done. Now, there won't be any new formulas sent to you from Lake Green, right?" Dracula looked at the owl that was gradually moving away with his derivation results, turned around and lay back in his coffin. No, he's too sleepy. He has to temporarily withdraw his consciousness from this clone and then have a good sleep. Maybe, when he wakes up, Blake's real letter will appear in front of his desk. Huh? Wait, what am I here for? Aren't I here to get close to Blake and persuade him to join the organization? Why did you really have academic exchanges with him? And Dracula jumped out of the coffin, looked at the draft paper on the desk, and his face became even paler. It seems that the alchemy knowledge that I want to use to attract Blake has been taught to Blake? Damn it, I was prostituted for nothing. Blake looked at the 7 pictures in his hand and the pile of compiled manuscripts and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, done. Blake put away the research results and ran to the calendar to take a look. Then his expression became cheerful. "Nagini, the time is coming. We will go on a trip the day after tomorrow." "Okay, I'm ready," Nagini said, picking up a small package. Of course, this package only looks small, but it can actually hold a lot of things inside. "So, do you have a swimsuit?" Blake asked. "Yes, ready," Nagini said hesitantly. Blake was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly asked, "Really? Can you show it to me?" Nagini's cheeks turned red. "No, there's nothing good about this. I just want to see if it looks good." "1. Obey, let me." After a stalemate for a while, Nagini gave in. Blake glanced at the swimsuit that was styled at least decades ago and frowned. "Nagini, let me take you to buy a set." No need. I bought this set in Diagon Alley. It's very fashionable." "There is a hammer fashion in the wizarding world. Come, let's go to the Muggle world. Just in time, I haven't bought a swimsuit yet." Nagini looked embarrassed. "How about, don't go and I'll use the transformation technique to transform you into something else." "It's not fun to change. You have to go shopping to find more new styles," Blake said, pulling Nagini out of the house, taking along with him the confused Rebecca. Night. When they got home, Nagini and Rebecca's faces were red. "Okay, don't wear the one you had before. Just wear this swimsuit I bought you," Blake said forcefully. "Blake, this suit is too cool, or forget it." Nagini bit her lip and said, "What are you afraid of? By then, the yacht will be full of girls. There is nothing to be shy about." "But, Blake, you are a boy." "Me? You don't have to be afraid of me. When I helped you transform back into a human, I didn't see anything. Did you see that I asked you about your size when I was choosing clothes for you?" Blake said arrogant. "Tile. No one is more familiar with Nagini's body data than him. Not even she herself is as familiar as him." Nagini's face was so red that she was about to bleed. She took her small package in panic and ran back to her room without even coming out to prepare dinner. Ariana was running out every day. Aberforth had to look after the shop, Dumbledore was too busy to keep his feet on the ground, and Becca couldn't cook. In order not to starve to death, Blake had to do it himself. "Alas, this family has to break up without me, Blake." A few days later, Blake took out his magic address book and started leaving messages to everyone, giving a meeting address, and then went out with Nagini and Rebecca, somewhere by the sea. Blake used transfiguration to create a temporary port. Then, he released the Black Pearl, which he had completely transformed from the subspace. Rebecca and Nagini looked at the ghost ship with shocked expressions. Rebecca asked weakly, "This is what you said. Why does Yacht P feel a bit like a ghost ship?" "Ahem. Don't just take things by their appearance, Rebecca. Under the magic, everything is possible." "Really? But—" Rebecca's face became a little stiff when she saw the ghost emerging from the boat. "As I said before, magic is magical." As he said that, Lai K took the lead in boarding the ship. He picked up the wand and tapped lightly on the rudder. Said softly, "Form switch." In the blink of an eye, a ghostly ghost pirate ship turned into a glamorous luxury yacht, and all the ghost crew members disappeared. Nagini and Rebecca looked at the brand new yacht with astonishment. Looking at it this way, this boat is quite nice. Then Blake and Nagini sat on the deck and waited. Rebecca, on the other hand, was touching here and there on the boat, and it was all new and exciting. This temporary port is located in a remote location and has a Muggle expulsion spell, which fundamentally eliminates the possibility of Muggles walking in unintentionally. So, just be patient and wait for the others. Stab! The dimension door opened. The first one to arrive was Cassandra. Wearing an emerald green dress and carrying a small backpack, she walked out of the dimension door. After seeing Blake on the double-decker yacht, a smile appeared on his face. "Blake! Nagini! Hello!" "Cassandra, you were the first to arrive." Blake knocked on the side of the ship, and then Nars, a ladder stretched out automatically. Cassandra walked up quickly, said hello to Rebecca, put her small backpack aside, and sat directly next to Blake. "You don't know how much I am looking forward to this trip at home. There has been no news from you. I thought you had forgotten about this trip around the world." Cassandra complained. "Of course I won't forget it. I just have to deal with something." Cassandra thought of the enemy Blake told her before, and asked a little worriedly, "Can it be solved?" "I've got it under control," Blake replied. The other party didn't know the identity of him in the fourth natural disaster at all, so they mainly recruited them and did not use any coercive means. Not even an obvious 10-point survey. "Well, that's good." Cassandra breathed a sigh of relief. "Stop talking about me. Well, how is your painting now?" Hearing Blake ask about her father, Cassandra laughed. "He is still reluctant to let me travel and wants to come with me. However, I helped them back. I signed up for a wizarding tour group to France. After that, he had no time to take care of me." Blake gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Cassandra asked with a smile, "Then I will reimburse the cost of the tour group. Do you think you can reimburse me?" Blake glanced at her sideways. As the eldest lady of the Woolley family, a dress costs several hundred gold galleons, and the cost of a trip is only 4.7 yuan. "Do you still need me to reimburse you?" "Humph, it's your honor to ask you to help me reimburse you, Mr. Green." Cassandra raised her neck and said proudly. "Miss Worley, please call me Professor Green." "Go away, I won't take your class." "What? You don't want to take my class?" Blake was furious and stretched out his claws. "Yeah, don't. It's so itchy. I'm joking. Really, how could I not choose your class?" After Blake and Cassandra paused for a while, they both looked at themselves. He turned around and saw Rebecca sitting on the side, staring at the two of them. After seeing Blake looking over, she said, "Brother Blake, I also want to take your class." Cassandra sighed helplessly. There were more and more opponents. It's all Blake's fault. "Rebecca, there are no elective courses for first-year students. You can only take elective courses until you are a third-year student," Cassandra explained patiently. "Ah?" Rebecca's face fell, and her mood suddenly became bad. Cassandra sighed secretly again, and then comforted. "Aren't you living with Blake now? You can take his class. You don't have to take electives. Just ask for advice." Hearing Cassandra's words, Rebecca immediately became happy again. "Yes, Blake's bedroom is right next to my bedroom. When the magic address book first came out, I was the first user. It's much better than you." Cassandra turned her head and saw Blake looking at her with a smile. "What are you looking at?" "Look at you." Blake paused. "You look particularly beautiful today." Chapter 541. After working hard for a whole year, I can't enjoy it? Cassandra raised her head proudly again. "Of course. Stab!" The dimension door opened again, and Hermione's figure appeared on the port. She raised her head and saw Cassandra sitting with Blake, and couldn't help but snorted softly. I thought I was packing my things quickly and slowly, which was fast enough. Unexpectedly, I was beaten to the spot by that woman. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have packed those few extra books. Hermione also strode forward, and her eyes soon fell on Rebecca. She had heard Blake tell about Rebecca, but this was the first time they actually met her. Immediately afterwards, Luna also arrived through the dimensional gate, and with her were Senior Pinello and Chu Jang. Ginny's figure soon appeared from the horizon. It didn't take long for her to get here from home, riding the black dragon broomstick Blake gave her. Suddenly, Blake's magic address book started to flash. He opened the address book and found that it was Hannah's message. Blake raised his hand and swiped, and a dimensional door appeared directly in front of him. Then Hannah walked out of the dimensional door, carrying a large package. As girls appeared one after another, the smile on Rebecca's face gradually solidified. "This is too much." She felt a great sense of crisis. "Dig!" The sound of a whip hitting the ground was heard. Baker appeared on the deck and saw two girls, one big and one small, standing on either side of him. After Baker bowed to Blake, he disappeared. Suddenly, the younger girl rushed up and threw herself into Blake's arms. "Brother Blake, I miss you so much." Whoosh! All eyes were instantly focused on the girl. I saw that the girl was 7 or 8 years old, with long silver hair, and she was too beautiful to be human. "Gabriel, long time no see." Blake touched her head and greeted Gabrielle cordially. Then he felt that the eyes around him changed a bit. What a beast! He won't let such a small child go. Blake's smile suddenly froze. "Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." Fleur ran over and pulled her sister away from Blake's arms. "Gabriel, girls should be reserved. You can't jump on boys like this." Gabrielle curled her lips, seemingly disapproving of her sister's scolding. "Huh? That's better than someone calling Blake's brother's name when they go to bed at night." "Gabriel, what nonsense are you talking about?" Fleur blushed and brought Gabrielle back. "Ahem. Long time no see, Fleur." Blake coughed twice and greeted Fleur. Since returning from France last time, although the letters have not stopped, they have indeed not seen each other for a long time. Fleur's ears turned red. She suppressed her sister and said in a panic, "Don't listen to Gabrielle's nonsense. I didn't." "Ah, yes. You definitely didn't call my name in your dream." Blake smirked. "Blake Green, do you want to die?" Fleur rushed forward angrily. Gabrielle frowned dissatisfied on the side. "Sister, you just said you couldn't pounce on boys like this, but sister is a big liar." After waiting for more than an hour, Professor Goobeling's last apparition arrived. Blake immediately gave the sailing order to the yacht. The Black Pearl sailed smoothly on the sea, and the land soon turned into a thin black line. Blake has already set a safe route. The Black Pearl will always operate automatically and does not require special control. While the Black Pearl was in motion, Blake placed a lot of pots and pans on the deck, preparing to have an open-air barbecue on the deck. Hannah immediately took out a lot of fresh ingredients from her big bag. Blake was a little suspicious. There was nothing else in the package she brought except ingredients. Hannah, you really bring all the ingredients. Blake sighed with emotion. No, I didn't bring any fish because I think we are at sea now and the fish can be caught fresh directly, Hannah said while preparing the kitchen on the deck. At this time, the other girls, led by Nagini, went to the rooms assigned to them. After putting away their luggage, everyone returned to the deck again, except Professor Bobbling, who was a little tired and chose to rest. Girls, we have already gone out to sea. Shouldn't you? You should change into your swimsuits. After lunch, we will find a good place to park the boat, and then swim together. Blake looked expectantly at the girls chatting in twos and threes on the deck. However, after looking at the others, they all turned away a little shyly 410. What's going on? We're already at sea, and we're still wearing so many clothes. Aren't you hot? Fleur looked around and then walked to her room first. French girls always have to be more open-minded. After someone took the lead, the other girls also walked towards their rooms. Blake almost burst into tears. He had been looking forward to the next scene for a whole year. Don't call him vulgar. He has been studying hard for a whole year and made countless contributions to the wizarding world. What happened to enjoying it now? He looked at Nagini, who was preparing ingredients nearby. Nagini turned her head away and did not look at Blake, but the roots of her ears were red. That swimsuit is really cool. Blake's eyes were bright. Nagini, go and change your clothes. After changing your clothes, prepare the ingredients. By the way, call out Professor Bobbling. It's such a nice weather. How could she sleep? Just when everyone was about to go to the room to change clothes, suddenly, the whole boat shook violently. Except for Blake, everyone else was unsteady and fell to the ground. Blake looked into the distance, his expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 542, Come to my room, I will show you my cannon. Boom! After 2 cannon blasts, an aperture like a hoop flew over from the air, trapping the entire yacht and reducing its speed to 0. The source of this aperture is the 2 strange-shaped ships not far away. The reason why those 2 ships are strange-looking is that each ship looks like it is made of more than 10 completely different ships put together. There are the hulls of yachts, the bows of ships, the sails of sailboats. It's a mess. The last place where Blake felt this messed up was the burrow. The burrow is the Weasley family's house, probably because they have many children, and when they have a child, they use magic to add 3 floors. Therefore, it looks very weird, the kind of weird shape that seriously violates physics. The same is true for these 2 ships. Coupled with the magic lasso, this means that these 2 ships are both wizard ships. Looking at the figures running on the opposite boat, a possibility arose in Key's mind. Look at their flags. We seem to have encountered wizard pirates. Professor Bobbling appeared next to Blake at some unknown time. Hearing this sentence, the other girls turned a little pale. You know, apart from Professor Bobbling and Nagini, they are the only students on the ship now. Of course, they can be regarded as teachers in Lycae. Although their grades are good, they are still self-aware of their fighting ability. They can usually protect themselves, but they really can't defeat those vicious dark wizards. Therefore, the only ones who can really fight are Blake and the others. However, even if Blake and the others can fight, they are still outnumbered. Of course, Cassandra and the others, who had seen the world, were not very frightened. Blake had a very unhappy expression on his face. He knew that there were pirates composed of dark wizards on the sea. After all, he had raided several dark wizard camps with Snape in order to obtain soul ashes. In their camp, there was a group of rich wizards who were plundered from the sea by dark wizards. Blake also learned from those rich people that wizards also had yachts. But Blake didn't expect that Tang Ran would encounter such unlucky things when he went out on a yacht for the first time. And it was just when the girls were about to change into swimsuits. You have a way to die. Blake, let's use the dimensional door to leave first, Cassandra said calmly. Although she knew Blake's strength, for the sake of the safety of others, there was still no need to confront him head-on. After all, even Blake cannot protect so many people in a tight siege. If there is any negligence, it will be tragic. She knew very well that these girls were the sweethearts of Blake, a playboy. If one of them was really hurt, Blake would be heartbroken. Blake looked at her, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Cassandra, you have improved again. It's good that you can stay calm under such circumstances, but don't underestimate my ability. Cassandra blinked, a little confused. Didn't this guy tell him to hide his strength at her house before? Why is he planning to take action now? I am a master of alchemy. How can this yacht of mine be an ordinary yacht? Blake murmured while stroking the black pearl. Cassandra nodded. Okay, then let's step back first and then you start performing. Blake glanced at her resentfully. Why did you say my lines? Professor Babbling frowned. Blake, I know you are very powerful, but there are too many people on the other side, and they seem to have weapons on the ship. Maybe they don't need to get close at all, just tether. It can sink us. So, we should leave first. There is a teleportation point, so we can go back to find people and then fight back. Professor Bobbling's idea is very sound and very feasible. However, Blake didn't want to do this. If he really wanted to do this, the trip would be ruined. Give me some more time. Blake said, facing the two pirate ships that were gradually approaching. He took out his wand. He tapped the black pearl with his wand. Form switch. Buzz! The hull suddenly trembled slightly, and the surface of the yacht gradually changed. In just an instant, the originally magnificent hull immediately transformed back into the hideous-looking black pearl. Moreover, many ghost sailors emitting green light appeared on the deck at the same time. Yeah, Gabrielle screamed in fright, and Fleur quickly hugged her in her arms. Except for a few people who had seen the true appearance of this yacht, everyone else's faces were a little pale. Even though they often see ghosts at Hogwarts, it's still a bit scary to see them so suddenly. Target, 2 enemy ships ahead, sink. Blake simply gave the order. The ghost sailors immediately took action. Then Professor Bobbling and the others discovered that there were more than 10 cannons uncovered on the dark deck. Blake turned around and said calmly, "Please cover your ears." Everyone covered their ears in confusion, and then, although they covered their ears, the fierce sound of gunfire made the girls' eardrums hurt. Then, they saw a dozen beautiful yellow lights, drawing more than a dozen graceful parabolas, accurately hitting the 2 ships on the opposite side. In just an instant, the 2 ships on the opposite side completely disintegrated and turned into 2 piles of wreckage. Just when everyone thought it was over, the second round of shelling was launched again. The shells directly hit the wreckage of the 2 ships, and then the piles of wreckage were completely shattered. In order to avoid having any survivors, it is most stable to make up 1 round. Facing everyone's shocked eyes, Likey explained calmly. After the second round of bombardment, those ghost sailors stood quietly aside, seemingly waiting for Blake's order. Where did you dig this treasure from? Professor Babbling rushed to the cannons and began to carefully observe the ancient runes on them. From the moment the cannon was fired, Babbling knew that these cannons were definitely not Muggle products. How could any cannon fire magic cannons? That's right, the cannonballs fired by these cannons are not real cannonballs. If you really want to say it, these cannons are like oversized magic wands, and the cannonballs fired are the crushing spells cast by these wands. Although the theoretical explanation is indeed very simple, it is difficult to implement it. At least Bobbling couldn't achieve it. So she immediately rushed forward and directly started to observe the ancient runes above. After a while, she was completely immersed in the cannon's magic circuit, completely forgetting that they were still traveling. Ahem. Professor Barbling, if you are interested, I can show you the drawings later, but now is not a good time to do research. Blake wanted to show Barbling. Professor Bulling pulled back his thoughts, but Professor Babbling seemed not to hear. Blake was a little frustrated. Damn it. Being interrupted like this, he couldn't see the generous Professor Babbling. Damn it. He turned his head and saw the frightened looks on everyone's faces and knew that they had no intention of playing today. Alas, Blake sighed, knocked on the black pearl, and switched states. You guys should go back and rest first. Don't worry, I'll take care of it first. Blake asked Nagini to take everyone back to the room to rest and calm down. Professor Babbling looked at Blake with a look of resentment. Why did you put the cannon away so quickly? I haven't finished reading yet. Okay, come with me. Go to my room, and I will show you my cannon. The cannon blueprints. The first day of the round-the-world trip was a bit rough, and Blake thought that this trip would be cast in a haze. But the facts show that he was a little worried. The next day, the girls' emotions were high again. When the yacht stopped, everyone was fishing, swimming, and basking in the sun. It's as if what happened yesterday never happened. Blake scratched his head in confusion, but that wasn't important anymore. The most important thing now is, aha, Cassandra, your swimsuit is so beautiful. Hey, let's swim together. Whoa, go away. Oh, Nagini, you swim so fast, but can you stop swimming so fast? Let me be healthy. Dracula's temporary home. Dracula held a magic address book in his hand and said with a haggard expression, Yes, I have been in contact with the target. According to the evaluation, Blake Green is indeed an alchemy genius. As for other potions and spells, I haven't had time to test it yet. Very good. A young girl's voice came from the address book. Blake Green is a genius we have never seen before. It will be of great benefit to us if he joins us. If you need help, you can apply directly to the organization. Well, indeed, that my knowledge of alchemy is exhausted. I will send you the new information. Can you give me that book for now? Blake's level is really high, so if I don't come up with something real, I'm worried he won't agree. Okay, I will help you apply. An alchemist who can create such a magical address book is indeed worthy of that book. Thank you. Dracula closed the magic address book and sighed deeply. Mud, he was really exhausted during this period. That guy Blake is really good at alchemy. If I didn't have two skills, I really wouldn't be able to have an academic exchange with him. However, now we have finally taken the first step. Dracula picked up a glass of red liquid on the table, took a long sip, and then lay back in his coffin again. No matter what, I have to take advantage of now to rest. Just when Dracula was about to close his eyes, suddenly a blood-red bat flew in from the window. Del? The red bat landed on the edge of the coffin and made an inaudible sound, seeming to be reporting something to Dracula. Tsk! Why is this Voldemort so useless? Why hasn't he been resurrected yet? On the yacht, Professor Babbling was wearing a cool swimsuit, lying on the sun lounger on the deck and looking at a stack of parchment. The parchment was densely filled with ancient runes and annotations. She suddenly raised her eyes and glanced at Blake, who was lying on the chair next to him wearing sunglasses, and then strengthened her generosity. If you want to see it, just do it openly. Why are you so secretive? Blake was still lying there, as if he hadn't heard anything, but Bobbling was still keenly aware of his slightly red face. Ahem, are you talking to me? After a while, Blake got up pretending to have just heard him. As long as I'm not embarrassed, you are the one who is embarrassed. Ha ha, you brat, you're still pretending. I don't know what you're talking about, really, Blake said seriously. Damn it, I'm wearing sunglasses. I don't believe you can detect my gaze. You are a wizard, not a cultivator. How can you get such a keen intuition? Okay, you can look at it as you like. I don't care anyway. It's just a reward for your knowledge, Bobbling said, lying sideways facing the other side. 53. You said you just looked at it casually, so why did you look the other way? Damn it. A rich woman who talks a lot but doesn't mean what she says. However, who said that the back doesn't look good? This back, tsk tsk. It would be a pity not to use a cupping cup. Brother Blake, what are you looking at? Rebecca's crisp voice startled Blake. Ahem, I'm not looking at anything. I'm just closing my eyes and concentrating. Blake adjusted his sunglasses calmly. Rebecca just looked at him quietly, her eyes full of distrust. If you can wipe the saliva from the corner of your mouth, I will believe you. Ahem, I just fell asleep. It's normal to drool while sleeping. Oh, Rebecca, are you starting to not believe me too? It really makes me sad. Suddenly, Rebecca sat next to Blake, took his arm and said aggrievedly, Why don't you look at me? I can actually. Blake sighed. Rebecca, you are still young. You don't understand. I'm so young. Oh, but Rebecca glanced at Bobbling. Her voice immediately weakened, and an inferiority complex quietly arose in her heart. Okay, I really small. I will grow up in the future too. Blake's face is full of black lines. I mean your age, really. I didn't say anything else. Goodbye. Seeing Cassandra looking over, Blake couldn't stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, he would be killed by Cassandra. Plop! Blake plunged into the sea. With Blake's strong physique, coupled with the proficiency in diving and swimming skills that he developed a long time ago, he dived dozens of meters at a very fast speed. Ordinary people would be useless at this depth, but for Blake, there is no sense of unity at all. Just when Blake was about to pick up some horns from the bottom of the sea and go back to bake them, Blake found a bright light on a coral reef. Chapter 543, Technical Assistance. From the future, Blake quickened his speed and swam towards the bright spot. There was no light under the water, so something that could glow by itself might be a treasure. Of course, it could also be a radioactive stone or something. However, when Blake approached, he found that it was not a stone, but a strange metal ball the size of a fist. Blake held his breath and approached cautiously. After observing for a long time and finding that there was no danger, he reached out and picked up the metal ball. Blake used the system's identification interface to simply identify the metal ball. A line of information appeared in front of him. Puppet ball, broken. Function: a complete puppet ball can directly transform into a combat puppet with the same combat power as the user, and can master all the skills of the user. It is a combat puppet that completely obeys the user. It is the masterpiece of the alchemy master Blake Green. But this puppet ball was severely damaged and temporarily lost its function. Blake frowned immediately. The masterpiece of alchemist master Blake Green? What the hell? When did I ever make such a thing? Blake wondered if he had lost his memory. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. 590. Blake didn't have time to think about it. This was not the place to think. Even for him, it was impossible for him to stay at the bottom of the sea for such a long time on one breath. Soon, Blake's head emerged from the sea. He raised his hand holding the puppet ball and wiped off the dirt on it with his fingers. Judging from the traces of seawater corrosion on the ball, this ball has actually been on the seabed for hundreds of years. Blake understood that this might be something that his future self had made after returning to the past. Otherwise, how could this thing that had been on the seabed for hundreds of years be made by himself? However, could it become a combat puppet with the same combat power as the original owner? If so, this thing is too amazing. Blake knew how strong he was. He was already invincible, and if there was another one, wouldn't it be? Blake suddenly understood why his future self had made such a thing. As long as this thing is there, then Blake and the leader of the fourth calamity can appear at the same time. CFDI. Then, he can spend his days leisurely in Hogwarts while letting the battle puppet pretend to be the leader of the fourth calamity and have fun outside. No outsider has ever seen the appearance of the leader of the fourth calamity. As long as the puppet wears a mask and a black robe, who can recognize it? Tsk, tsk. What self-defense tears? Blake immediately swam towards the yacht. This battle puppet must be repaired as soon as possible. Even if it cannot be repaired, a new one must be made, because this is really important to Blake at this stage. After Blake got on the boat, he ran back to the room with the puppet ball. This is technical assistance from his future self, and he must figure it out. Why don't you resurrect? Voldemort was hiding in the tent. Dracula in a red cloak asked coldly. Voldemort lay on the bed, looking at the red cloak in front of him with his slender eyes. This was his first time meeting this legendary red cloak. He was angry at the red cloak's rudeness. However, Tom always knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Now he is no longer the invincible Dark Lord, but a rookie who can be strangled to death at any time. Moreover, the power of this red cloak can indeed be used. Therefore, Voldemort did not get angry, but replied calmly, I need fresh blood from an enemy, but I haven't succeeded yet. Dracula frowned. Your enemies are everywhere. Is it difficult to get some blood from your enemies? No, I need the blood of that boy, Harry Potter. Only with his blood, I don't have to worry about the protective magic on him. Only with his blood, after I am resurrected, can I have the same power in his blood. This can make me stronger. Dracula narrowed his eyes slightly. He also knew how Voldemort died, so he also understood Voldemort's obsession. So, do you have a plan? We can't wait for you forever. Dracula said coldly. It shouldn't take long. The end of August, the World Cup. The boy must be there, and that's our chance. I have to wait for my servants to come back to find out the details. Voldemort told his plan. That means there is no detailed plan yet. Dracula snorted coldly. I don't care what you think, but I will only give you 1 year. If you can't be resurrected after 1 year, you will not be eligible to trade with me, Dracula said, throwing out a small bag. Here are some potion materials. I don't need to teach you how to use them, right? You look really ugly now. After Dracula finished speaking, he turned into a sky full of tiny bats and dissipated in the air. Voldemort looked coldly at the place where Dracula left. His eyes seemed to be on fire. When I am resurrected, I will definitely kill you. At this time, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and Bella and Rodolphus walked in, with Bella's face full of joy. Master, I got good news. The two had just come back and had no idea that the Red Cloak had come again. Oh, what good news? Voldemort calmed down his anger and asked calmly. We caught a man from the Ministry of Magic and used the Imperious Curse to ask about the defense arrangements of the World Cup. Unexpectedly, I got a new piece of news. Bella said excitedly, the Triwizard Tournament will be held in Hogwarts. By then, Hogwarts will be full of good and bad people. We may be able to take advantage of this opportunity. Voldemort's heart moved. It would be much safer to find a way to attack Harry Potter in the Triwizard Tournament than in the World Cup. At least, there is much more room for maneuver. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and said, Bella, maybe the plan should be changed. Chapter 5544. Huh? Why can't ships fly? Just as Blake started his leisurely trip, Dumbledore was so worried that his beard, which had turned black, turned white again. Because no matter what he said, that stubborn guy Fudge just didn't believe that someone would cause trouble in the World Cup. Moreover, he also emphasized that even if someone stirs up trouble in the World Cup, the people he sent are enough to face possible accidents. At the end, Fudge also implicitly told Dumbledore to stop being so lenient as before, so the result of the conversation was that both parties broke up on bad terms. However, it's not all bad news. Dumbledore knows that Barty Crouch will be the organizer of the World Cup final. Since it was all prepared by his department, of course he was also responsible for security. Dumbledore is still relieved about Barty Crouch. Old Barty was a very capable person both in the past and now. If his son had not been brainwashed to join the Death Eaters, the current Minister of Magic would have been Old Barty, not Fudge. Therefore, with him here, if something really happens, he has the ability to reduce the damage to the minimum. Alas, Dumbledore sighed again. If Fudge had listened to his opinion, then this accident would not have happened. However, Nico Flamel's prediction was indeed accurate. Because Fudge rejected his suggestion, the probability of an accident was almost 100%. Now that he knew something was going to happen, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Dumbledore sat in his office for a long time, and finally, he made a decision. He originally didn't plan to go to this World Cup because he had many other things to be busy with, but now it seems that not going is an option. And, since Fudge can't help then, Grindelwald flashed through Dumbledore's mind. He pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write a letter eloquently, a letter to Grindelwald. Now, he only hopes that Blake's transformation of Grindelwald has really succeeded. Otherwise, his risky behavior will undoubtedly be a move to seek skin from a tiger. No, he must not leave home, Barty Crouch shouted angrily at a thin house elf in front of him. But, Master, the little master really likes Quidditch game. When the time comes, as long as Winky puts an invisibility cloak on Master, no one will be able to discover Master. Winky was timid, say. Old Batty's eyes suddenly became fierce. Did he tell you that? No, the little master has never told me that the little master has never mentioned that person who cannot even mention his name in these years. Shining feels that the master should give the little master 51 for this. No, Twinkle. You don't understand how much influence the mysterious man has on him. He no longer mentions the mysterious man, not because he is getting better, but because I gave him Frith. He used the Imperious Curse. A trace of grief and hatred flashed across old Barty's face. Twinkle hopes the master can agree to Twinkle's suggestion. Oh, poor little master, he has never been out since he returned home more than 10 years ago. His face has been looking bad recently, and Xingxin felt that if he could watch his favorite Quidditch game, it would make him feel better. You don't need to worry about this, Twinkle. You just need to be responsible for taking care of him at home. Old Barty yelled angrily again. He felt that explaining to this stupid elf was a waste of time. Oh, old master, if the mistress is still here, she will definitely not want to see the little master like this all the time, Shining said with tears streaming down her face. Hearing Shining mention his wife, old Batty's eyes twitched and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Without saying a word, he opened the door and walked into little Barty's room. The room was empty. No one was there. But old Barty stretched out his hand and grabbed it casually in the void, and then an invisibility cloak was caught. A pale and thin young man immediately appeared in the room. The young man looked out the window dully. His body was shaking from time to time, and his condition looked really bad. A trace of pain flashed through old Batty's eyes again. He pulled out his wand, pointed it at his son tremblingly, and recited the incantation in a trembling voice. Night, Black Pearl Yacht. Blake is in his room studying the puppet ball that his future self deliberately gave him. It has to be said that even for Blake now, it still takes a lot of effort to figure out this alchemical product. All I can say is that it is indeed the proud work of my future self. After all, this thing is so incredible that even my own strength can basically be completely copied. Just looking at the materials inside, there are more than 10 kinds of materials that Blake can't identify. They seem to be some kind of alloy. This made Blake feel helpless. There is no doubt that my future self, who knows what I have experienced, has made huge improvements in alchemy compared to now. This makes it extremely difficult for him to study this thing now. How about I dive down and take a look? Are there any missing blueprints or something? Blake scratched his head like a chicken coop. In this world, the only one who can embarrass him like this is himself. Although the treasure chest has never revealed the ultimate alchemy proficiency skill, it has relied on its own efforts and the help of Nico Flamel. Blake's alchemy is already infinitely close to the level of mastery in alchemy. The only difference is a little bit of experience accumulated over time. It seems there's no point in being anxious now, unless he can find a way to increase his alchemy skills in the short term, for example, opening the ultimate mastery in a treasure chest. However, he may have given up on this because for some reason, even the excavator skills are available in the system's treasure chests, but the alchemy essence is not available. Suddenly, Blake put down the hand scratching his head, and a thought flashed in his mind. It seems that there is no way? After receiving several pictures sent by Dracula, Zalek obtained a lot of alchemy knowledge from Dracula. This made him make a little progress in alchemy, which he had not improved for a long time. Just a few copied pictures already have such an effect. If Dracula could trick the authenticity of the book into his hands, then his alchemy would definitely reach the highest level of mastery. At that time, it will definitely not be that difficult to look at this puppet ball. Oh, it seems like I have to take the initiative and go find Dracula. Blake picked up a piece of letter paper and began to write a letter confidently. This time, he did not write a formula on the bamboo slipper, but a serious letter of thanks. At the end of the letter, he expressed that he was looking forward to having academic exchanges with the respected Mr. Tepesh again. Of course, he also proposed that in order to have better academic exchanges in the future, he hoped to make a friend with the other party in the magic address book. After writing the letter, Blake opened the dimensional door and grabbed a dozing owl from nowhere. Then he sent the letter to the confused owl. Blake watched the owl go away quietly, and suddenly his magic address book lit up. Blake immediately opened the address book and saw Cassandra's page flashing. A message popped up on the page. Have you slept? Can we chat? Chat? Okay. Anyway, nothing can be learned from studying the puppet ball now, so Blake simply put the ball away. Then he closed the magic address book, then directly opened the dimensional door and went through. You, why are you here? Cassandra was startled by Blake's sudden appearance. We are all next door. It would be great to chat in person. Then, how do you want to talk? Cassandra sat on the bedside, holding a magic address book in her hand, but her ears were already starting to turn red. Blake rubbed his hands. How to talk? Of course it's a casual chat, GAGA. Nurmengard. Grindelwald also received a letter in the middle of the night. He was wearing pajamas and had just laid down. But when I saw this letter, I felt no longer sleepy instantly. Aha! That old fool actually came to beg me one day. Grindelwald jumped up with joy, as if it was Christmas. He sat down at the desk, took a piece of parchment, and began to write a reply. Speaking of Dumbledore's request, he could understand it and knew why he was looking for him. Of course, he also knew that this was the chance that Blake had been hoping for to reconcile with Dumbledore. But the old guy finally got into his hands. If he didn't ridicule him, how could he deserve the decades he spent in Nurmengard? Grindelwald picked up his pen and started writing. The first sentence is, "Why, your favorite student Newt is finally too old to walk. He is coming to me for help? Ha-ha." An hour later, Dumbledore looked at the reply in his hand, and Whitebeard was trembling with rage. He slapped the letter on the table and wrote a sentence on the back. "Old guy, now that I've said it, love will come or not." Then he was thrown in front of the owl sent by Grindelwald. Being polite to that old bastard is such a waste of expression. Dumbledore replied to Grindelwald that any extra piece of parchment would be a waste. Ha-ha! Old thing. Blake's trip was very enjoyable and fulfilling, except for the occasional correspondence with Dracula. Every day during the day, I play with the girls, and at night, I just run around in various rooms. Days like this made him feel a little unhappy. Blake was still on the yacht, spending his 14th birthday with the girls. However, happy time is always short-lived. Just 1 month passed in a blink of an eye. The time has quickly come to the end of August. Seeing that the World Cup was getting closer, Blake had to end this pleasant sea trip. Sigh. I really can't bear to go back now. I haven't found One Piece's treasure yet. Blake looked at the blue ocean reluctantly. Okay, let's come back next time. Cassandra comforted. We're going to watch the Quidditch World Cup final together, aren't we? Okay, let's go home, Blake said helplessly. Blake, should we go back directly through the dimensional door? Hermione asked. Zero this ship. I have been sailing at sea for more than a month. Although I have stopped and stopped on the way, if I really want to go back step by step, I will definitely have to sail for at least half a month. In this way, you will definitely miss the World Cup finals. No need. Let's continue taking this ship back. Blake shook his head and said, But, in this case, time may not be enough. Hermione said, Otherwise, we park the ship on a small island first, and then we teleport back and the ship burns. Will you come back again in the future? Of course I don't have enough time to sail on the sea, but who said that my ship can only sail on the sea? Blake said, took out his wand and tapped it on the yacht. The next second, it switched to the ghost ship state of the Black Pearl again. Blake gave instructions to the ghost sailors. Take off. Target, England. Gotta! With the sound of wood chirping, the ship suddenly trembled. When everyone was a little unsteady, the main ship, the Black Pearl, soared directly into the sky from the sea. The girls looked at the blue sky getting closer and closer in shock. Such a big ship actually flew directly? This is much more powerful than Mr. Weasley's flying car. Blake stood on the bow of the ship and looked forward with high spirits. Oh, I have said it before. I must make this ship fly into the sky. It finally happened today. In fact, for such a huge sea-going ship, Lai Ke couldn't make it so simple and direct for the time being. However, this is no ordinary sea ship, but the Black Pearl. This is a general enlarged and reduced ghost ship. Therefore, Blake stuck a bug that allowed the Black Pearl to maintain its eyes while thrower smallboard 33. In this way, with Blake's current level of alchemy, this ship can fly. The greatly reduced weight of the Black Pearl consumes less energy to take off than Mr. Weasley's old Ford. Call! As the main ship flew into the sky, the hull gradually became illusory, and the next second, the main ship disappeared into the sky. After all, it is a flying ship. If it is not invisible, it must be on the Daily Prophet. Merlin! Why didn't you tell me earlier that your ship could fly? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Blake was standing on the bow of the boat, and before she could put away her pretense, Professor Bobbling grabbed her arm and shook her excitedly. Calm down. Blake reluctantly moved his eyes away from Professor Babling's generosity that had just surged due to strenuous exercise. Of course it's better to travel slowly. Why should I fly? I only fly when I'm going home. Blake explained. I want to learn. Professor Bobbling said seriously. Ah? I mean, this ancient rune that makes the ship fly. I want to learn it. Okay, I will explain this part of the knowledge in class. If you are interested, you can come and observe my class, Blake said with a smile. Chapter 545. If you are unhappy, then start a fight. Because it was a straight flight and there was no stop on the road. Therefore, Blake and the others returned dozens of times faster than when they left. After walking on the sea for more than a month, it only takes a few hours to get back. However, since everyone wants to experience a little more of the journey in the air, therefore, Blake had to reduce his speed to full speed. 2 days later, the Black Pearl finally returned to the temporary port from which it originally set out. The girls left one after another after saying goodbye to Blake. As for the Delacour sisters who were farthest away, Blake used the dimensional gate to send them back directly. After only Nagini and Rebecca were left, Blake put the Black Pearl back into the glass bottle. There was no way, if Bobbling saw this, she would have to pester him again to ask the reason. After Blake cleared the traces of the temporary port, he returned to Godric Valley. Blake was a little surprised that Dumbledore was at home, and it looks like he's been at home for a while. This is unusual in normal times. Dumbledore is always busy and rarely goes home even during holidays. Dumbledore was wearing loose home clothes and was lying on a comfortable sofa and recliner reading a book. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he looked over his half-moon glasses and looked at the door. Welcome home, Blake, Nagini, and Rebecca. I think it's time for you to come back. After all, you don't want to miss the Quidditch World Cup at the end of the month. Dumbledore put down the book and said softly. All three of them said hello to the old principal. Although Rebecca already knew about the relationship between the principal and Blake, she was still a little cautious when she saw the principal again. Seemingly sensing Rebecca's nervousness, Nagini took her little hand and went back to the 703 room with her. That left plenty of room for Blake and Dumbledore to talk. Professor, to be honest, I was a little surprised to see you come home. Blake sat on the sofa and told the truth. I feel so ashamed when I hear you say this, Blake, because from this I realize how irresponsible I am. Dumbledore said guiltily. He has been busy all the time. After adopting Blake, he spent some time with Blake at first, but then he became busy again. Most of the time, Blake is alone at home, and many times he is much lonelier than in the orphanage. Fortunately, Blake is not an ordinary child. After a series of events, this deserted home miraculously became lively again. It's nothing, Professor. With great ability comes great responsibility. Many things cannot be done without you. For example, the subsequent World Cup finals. Because he had already warned Dumbledore in advance, he did not hide it. Tucked in. I have gone to see Nico about this matter, and his prophecy is similar to what you reminded me. That day will indeed be very uneasy. Dumbledore frowned. After learning about the prophecy, I went to see Fudge, but for some reason he didn't pay attention to my opinion. Blake smiled and said, This is also expected. I heard that Minister Fudge has always been very taboo about others saying that he obeys your words. You even know this, Dumbledore said helplessly. He had also heard this rumor, but he always thought that he was helping Fudge by giving advice. I just didn't expect the other party would view my help like this. People are like this most of the time. Most of them like to be stubborn before they have experienced hardship. Teaching others is not as good as teaching them. Blake comforted Dumbledore. It seems that I made the right choice by hiring you back to Hogwarts as a professor, Dumbledore said happily. Professor, I will try my best. Blake expressed his determination, and then he said, Professor, you have been at home these days? Are you waiting for me? Yeah, and I'm also waiting for the World Cup to start. Dumbledore took off his glasses and wiped them. Connolly didn't take it seriously, so I had to help him for people's safety, so I had no choice but to do this. Blake touched his nose and said, Professor, you asked me to help you. Actually, you wanted me to help control Professor Grindelwald so that he would not act randomly, right? You guessed it. Dumbledore sighed. Blake's intelligence always amazed him. Yes, Minister Fudge doesn't pay attention to it, so no matter how strong you are alone, you are still weak, so you have to find someone to help. But the number of people from the Order of the Phoenix before you is not enough. Looking at it this way, it's just Professor Grindelwald and his people. There are so many people under Grindelwald, and they are so idle. This is why Grindelwald was so generous when Blake asked him to borrow someone. There is no doubt that Dumbledore, who was helpless, had no choice but to turn to Grindelwald, whose reputation has now improved. This is an adventure, of course, but also a test for Dumbledore and Grindelwald. If Grindelwald is unwilling to help, forget it. If he takes the opportunity to fan the flames or make some conspiracy, then Dumbledore will put Grindelwald in prison again, no matter what. I'll let him help, Blake said. Whether he comes or not, I have other options. The most important thing is, don't let him make the same mistake again. Dumbledore frowned. A Voldemort hiding in the dark is already difficult to deal with, but if there is another Grindelwald, the world will really be over. Yeah, I understand. Blake nodded. I'm going to write him a letter right now. For a former careerist like Grindelwald, if he fully believed that he would never cause trouble again, even Blake himself didn't have the confidence to do so. Not to mention Dumbledore, who had fought with him for so many years. The days go by. The start of the World Cup is getting closer and closer. In addition to discussing alchemy with Dracula every day, Blake now teaches Rebecca some magic knowledge. Because Dumbledore has been at home these days, he often comes to help teach the studious Rebecca. After getting along with him for a long time and getting to know Dumbledore's easygoing personality, Rebecca finally felt less reserved in front of the old headmaster. During this period, Sirius came several times. He came to visit Rebecca. After seeing that Rebecca was living well with Blake, he was completely relieved. Dumbledore took the opportunity to tell Sirius the information that there might be trouble in the World Cup. Blake guessed that Dumbledore wanted to pass this news to Amelia through him. Sirius did not disappoint Blake. When he came to visit Rebecca for the last time, Amelia actually came with him. During this time, Amelia was worried about the Lestranges' escape from prison, always looking for traces of them. Even Sirius was temporarily hired by her as a non-staff member to help her. This is also the reason why Sirius has suddenly become busy recently. Therefore, after hearing the news that the Lestranges might cause trouble at the World Cup finals, Amelia came to visit in person to get more information. Dumbledore personally received Amelia, and the two talked for more than an hour before sending Amelia away. If Blake guessed correctly, and if Grindelwald didn't come to help, then Amelia would be Dumbledore's backup man. The old members of the Order of the Phoenix, plus some of Amelia's subordinates, should be barely enough in number. However, Blake felt that this backhand should only be regarded as the icing on the cake. Because after he finished communicating with Grindelwald, he knew that although the old guy Grindelwald was unforgiving, he would definitely come to help that day. Even if he had any ambitions, he would not have any evil intentions on that day. Because of Voldemort's existence, no matter whether Grindelwald has changed for the better or he is still as ambitious as ever, he cannot tolerate it. It would be better for such a madman to disappear as soon as possible. The reaction should be Grindelwald's idea. Because even if he is ambitious, he still wants to get a complete world, not a ruins. And Voldemort is definitely the madman who is good at creating ruins. On this day, Blake packed up and went out with Nagini and the others, because in 3 days, it will be the World Cup final. Since Blake and the others didn't plan to use the portkey, they didn't set out until now. Blake heard from Ginny that their family had already set up camp a week ago. This time, Dumbledore also set off with him. A few days ago, after Grindelwald heard that Dumbledore was also going, he cursed and sent Blake another ticket. At the critical moment, Grindelwald still won't let go. The Blake family carried the magic tent and directly used the dimensional door to arrive at the camp. Then Blake saw the unlucky Muggle administrator. Blake has always felt that this administrator is pitiful. It doesn't take long for someone to cast a forgetting spell on him. This made him dizzy all day long. There was no doubt that such frequent spells had caused serious sequelae to him. But none of the wizards cared about this. Moreover, forgetting the sequelae caused by the forgetting curse after the World Cup, the Death Eaters rioted, and his whole family was tortured by the Death Eaters to the point of death. You booked camp number 17. In the lineman's duty room, the Muggle administrator said with a numb face. Thanks. After Blake paid the money, the Muggle administrator turned around and lay back on the bed in the duty room. He always felt very sleepy recently and seemed to never get enough sleep. After Blake saw him close his eyes, he lightly snapped his fingers. Then the Muggle immediately fell into a deep sleep. Dumbledore noticed Blake's actions. Were you healing that Muggle just now? Yes. Excessive forgetting spell has caused sequelae to him. If left alone, his memory will be greatly reduced in the future, and he may suffer from Alzheimer's disease in a few years. The Ministry of Magic has been planning for a whole year, but it ended up like this. I'm actually quite disappointed. Blake thought he would not do this kind of behavior that ignored the lives and health of innocent people. There's nothing we can do about the lack of manpower. We'll make it up to him later. A voice came from behind Blake and the others. Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a serious face walking over with a group of people. Blake saw Percy Weasley next to him and knew who this man was. Director of the Department of International Magical Exchange and Cooperation, Barty Crouch. The person who spoke just now was Percy. Old Barty just glanced at Blake, then turned to shake Dumbledore's hand and started talking. Percy glanced at the sleeping Muggle and couldn't help but frown. Blake, you put this Muggle to sleep. Who will do the rest? Blake also frowned. Percy, this man has almost reached his limit. If he continues to use the Oblivion Curse, the damage to his body will be very great, and he may even cause irreversible sequelae. Didn't I just say that? As long as this World Cup is over, we will compensate him, Percy said impatiently. Compensation? What kind of compensation? At the end of this event, he will get a salary 5 to 6 times more than before. I think this compensation is enough. Percy replied impatiently. Hurry up and give up. He should wake up. There will be many people coming to camp later. Percy, do you know? If he continues like this, he won't be able to enjoy this money. And does he himself know what these 5 or 6 times salary will cost him? At what cost? Blake didn't back down. Of course the Muggle didn't know. He didn't even know that he was working for the wizards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cast the forgetting curse within a few minutes. Percy said angrily, Blake, this is the work of the Ministry of Magic. Please don't interfere. The Ministry of Magic cannot ignore the safety of innocent people. He is not a wizard and has no obligation to pay such a price for the Ministry of Magic's affairs. Moreover, as a St. Mungo's magician, the honorary therapist of the Injury and Injury Hospital cannot sit back and watch any patient's condition worsen like this. Regarding Percy's threat, Blake did not choose to retreat, but chose to be tough. Blake did this because he felt a little pity for the Muggle, and on the other hand, he didn't like Percy. This guy is a fan of officials. Anyone who has read the original novel knows what he did in order to become an official in the Ministry of Magic. Although he finally came to his senses, at least the current Percy was really annoying. Percy had noticed old Barty looking this way and couldn't help but feel worried secretly. If I can't even handle this little thing, will Mr. Crouch think I'm useless? Then 2.0 won't value me anymore? Thinking of this, Percy steeled himself and decided to unplug Blake. I said, we are short of manpower. Blake sneered. Short of manpower? Then why not recruit volunteers? Events like the Quidditch World Cup attract the world's attention. It is not easy to recruit volunteers to do these peripheral tasks. 11. You have a full year to prepare. Even if you don't recruit volunteers, you can definitely recruit another wizard to temporarily replace this Muggle. You don't even need to pay him 5 or 6 times his salary. But you still chose the stupidest and most irresponsible approach. Let a Muggle manage the camp, and then use the Oblivion Curse every day. In fact, there is no way to use it. What can you do wrong with the Forgetting Curse? I wonder if you are so short of manpower because you have too many useless efforts like using the Forgetting Curse. It took a full year to prepare for this. It really disappointed Blake. Percy was speechless by Blake's retort, and his face turned redder than his hair. Suddenly, old Batty came over and stood in front of Blake, staring straight into Blake's face. After a long while, he said coldly, "If you have any opinions, you can write to the Ministry of Magic with suggestions, but now, don't hinder the work of the Ministry of Magic. The work of the Ministry of Magic is not like yours. It's as simple as hiding in the room and writing 2 papers. Oh, how difficult is it? Is it harder to use the Oblivion Curse on a Muggle than to obtain 2 first-class medals of the Order of Merlin?" Blake interrupted old Barty directly. Blake was also a little disgusted with old Barty, an old guy. If old Barty hadn't been so lusty for power, little Barty wouldn't have regarded Voldemort as his father. But later he went astray. Because he was unhappy, Blake started to fight directly. Chapter 546. Dumbledore, did Grindelwald teach you that statement you just made? Blake's words were tantamount to ridicule. Almost all of them have made it clear that they are satirizing the Ministry of Magic's incompetence. Therefore, the anger in the hearts of old Barty and the Ministry of Magic officials behind him was rising slowly. However, since old Batty had not spoken yet, they did not speak. However, even Rebecca next to her felt the angry look in her eyes keenly. Blake faced the anger from the other side calmly, even with a calm smile on his face. Old Barty ridiculed that he can only do research and not know anything else. Isn't this looking for quarrel? Blake guessed that he must have other worries on his mind, so he spoke so rudely. As for what's bothering him, needless to say, it must be about his son, Barty Jr. At this time, the system also began to broadcast in the mind. He was so merciless in attacking people, and the anger on the other side was almost boiling over. How could he not explode the treasure chest? As a result, the smile on Blake's face became even stronger. It's so satisfying to be able to criticize people righteously and get rewards. I stress again, this is the business of the Ministry of Magic. If you continue to obstruct the affairs of the Ministry of Magic, you are violating the law. Old Barty said dryly. He no longer planned to argue with Blake, because he couldn't argue, so he just took out the law and pressed it. Indeed, it is against the laws of the Ministry of Magic to interfere with the affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Even Blake couldn't deny this. You are right, the laws of the Ministry of Magic can indeed restrain me, because I am a wizard. But are you sure that your laws can restrain this Muggle gentleman? I think it shouldn't be possible, because he is not a wizard, he is a Muggle, and he should abide by the laws of the Muggle world. It is unreasonable for you to use the laws of the wizarding world to restrain him. Therefore, you have no right to work for you at the expense of his health without his knowledge. 28. With all due respect, even if he is a wizard, the law cannot exchange his health for the merits of you. Ministry of Magic officials without his knowledge. The muscles on old Batty's face were trembling, purely out of anger. He finally understood. Blake must be here specifically to cause trouble. Are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, let's go. If it's not for Dumbledore's sake, the affairs of the Ministry of Magic have nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Ha, you have such great authority. If you don't mind, let everyone see your authority. Blake took out a photo from somewhere. In the photo, old Batty was scolding Blake, like it's the same one I took just now. I happen to be very familiar with the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, and I think they would be happy to let everyone see how the Ministry of Magic took a full year to handle things neatly. Old Barty's pupils shrank slightly, and he stared at the photo in Blake's hand. No one knew when he took it. And this angle, old Batty couldn't help but glance to the side, but there was no one there. Of course, he didn't know that this was just a small magic spell created temporarily by Blake using the wishful wand. If he couldn't create even this little magic spell, it couldn't be called the wishful wand. Old Barty was very afraid of Blake's words. The current Daily Prophet had changed at some point, and it seemed that it was no longer the mouthpiece of the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, once Blake told the Daily Reporter about this matter, those guys would really report these disgraceful things. How could old Barty tolerate being criticized again? He gave Blake a sharp look, then turned to look at Dumbledore, who had been silent since just now. Dumbledore, what do you mean by this? Did you order this? Dumbledore had been silent just now, and old Barty suspected that Blake's words were all inspired by Dumbledore. Is it because Dumbledore has lost power with Fudge and now wants revenge on the Ministry of Magic? Mud, even if you want to take revenge on the Ministry of Magic, you should go to Fudge. Why are you looking for me to work for? Dumbledore touched his beard and said softly, Barty, this is not my instruction, but I completely agree with Blake's opinion. Your handling of this matter is indeed very inappropriate. He looked at the Muggle who was still sleeping in the room, and then said, Even a wizard will have sequelae after being frequently attacked by the forgetting curse, let alone a Muggle. Dumbledore fully agreed with Blake's statement. If he were to organize the venue for the World Cup finals, he would never let Muggles participate, because it would be very easy to violate the International Statute of Secrecy, and using the Oblivion Curse regardless of the sequelae would be such a destructive thing for a Muggle. Dumbledore also felt very disgusted. What exactly do you want to do? Old Batty said word by word. He has lost all patience. My suggestion is that you can no longer let this Muggle continue to do this job. First, cure his sequelae, and then temporarily move him and his family elsewhere. For example, let them travel temporarily. It is not difficult to do this. It only requires a simple confusion spell. As for the work here, I suggest you find a wizard to take over temporarily. Blake gave his own solution. Blake said this because he wanted to save this Muggle family. It would be fine if there was no way to save him, but now there is a way to save him, so Blake can't just ignore it yet. Otherwise, when the Death Eaters riot and march, this family of Muggles will be the most direct victims. Hearing Blake's words, Dumbledore's expression suddenly changed slightly, because he remembered the scene he had seen in Nico Flamel's prophecy crystal ball. In that picture, those masked thugs used the levitation spell to control several members of a Muggle family, floating in the air and torturing. Now that I think about it, isn't the appearance of the male head of the Muggle family the same Muggle who is resting inside now? In other words, once the Ministry of Magic agrees to Blake's suggestion and allows the family to temporarily leave here to travel, then there is a high chance that these 10 tragedies will not happen. Old Barty glanced at Blake coldly, then looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, is this what you meant? Yes, that's what I mean too. Dumbledore, who had thought through many things, replied decisively. The muscles on Old Batty's face were trembling. Anyone could see that he was very angry, but he still held back. Okay, I accept your suggestion. Percy, you will be responsible for this matter. After it is completed, you will take over this Muggle's job. Old Barty said coldly to his side. Percy gave the order. My name is Percy, Mr. Crouch. Percy's face turned red, and his heart was filled with frustration. The reason why he is like this is not only that Old Batty never calls him by his name correctly, but also because Old Batty actually asks him to do such a job. Percy believed that this was Mr. Crouch's punishment for his failure to respond just now. It's over. Mr. Crouch must think that I don't have the ability. Otherwise, why would he let me do such a boring job? Damn it, this kind of job does not reflect my ability at all. I obviously have more important work to deal with. Letting Percy guard the camp here, in his opinion, was almost like being exiled. Percy is a little despairing now. Mr. Crouch, I have other work. If you have any other work, hand it over to others. You will be responsible for managing the camp here. Have I made my words clear enough, Percy? Lauti looked at Percy coldly. I know, and my name is Percy. That's not important. After Old Batty finished speaking, he turned around and left. Percy stared blankly at Old Barty leaving, unable to recover for a long time. Okay, Percy, let's deal with this matter first. I'll cure this Uggle gentleman's sequelae first. Blake, is there something wrong with you? Percy interrupted Blake angrily. It's all your fault. Why are you making trouble like this when you have nothing to do? Isn't it good to watch the World Cup and then go back? Do you know, because of you I lost an excellent opportunity to show my face. Originally, Mr. Crouch treated me badly. Take it very seriously. Percy roared hysterically, venting all his anger on Blake. Excellent opportunity to show your face? Are you very important to me? Blake sneered. The so-called important thing is that you can't even remember your name. Shut up. What do you know? You have no idea how much I have sacrificed in order to enter the Ministry of Magic and reach my current position." Blake frowned and said, "Really? Percy, you don't look like a Weasley now. I want to ask you, if the man lying inside was your father or brother, would you still lying? For the sake of your own career, do you use the forgetting curse on him without any care?" Percy was stunned, mumbling, speechless. "Percy, why did you join the Ministry of Magic? Is it purely for promotion and wealth, or something else? Don't let your eyes be blinded by the desire for power. And don't forget what your original intention is. If Mr. and Mrs. Weasley saw you like this, do you think they would be proud of you, or would they think you were just a loser?" Percy's face turned red, and he was speechless. "Actually, I can understand that there is nothing wrong with pursuing power, but when chasing power, you have to think more about whether innocent people will be harmed because of your eagerness for quick success. If you are really talented and really shine, you don't need to be so eager for quick success. And, in addition to these, do you know that you also made a big mistake?" Percy was blinded by the scolding. Hearing this sentence, he looked at Blake with blank eyes. He asked numbly, "What's the big mistake? How old are you this year? How long have you been joining the Ministry of Magic? You are a newcomer who is not 20 years old and has been with the ministry for less than a year. You are so eager to jump up and down in front of your boss to express yourself. What would you think if you were Mr. Crouch? He would not think you were capable, he would only think you were annoying. Do you think, Mr. Crouch, he really can't remember your name?" When Percy heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. How is this possible? As a boss, you like your subordinates to be smart, but you don't like your subordinates to be too smart. If you go too far and steal the spotlight from your boss, it will only cause your boss's displeasure. Otherwise, Mr. Crouch was acting like this just now. There are many people. Why are you the only one allowed to come here to manage the camp? Percy was stunned. Is it because I went too far? So, if you want to be promoted, talent is the last thing on the list. You must first learn to be a good person and please your boss. Your boss doesn't like you, so you still get promoted to a shitty position, although it sounds very shameful. It sounds good, but this is the reality. Percy looked at Mr. Crouch. He turned towards the direction the student was leaving, sighed with sudden realization, and then remembered scenes from the past. With excellent grades, he joined the Ministry of Magic, and then he got his wish and came to work for Mr. Crouch. And he also acted actively. But Mr. Crouch's attitude gradually turned from enthusiastic at the beginning to indifference, and in the end, he couldn't even remember his own name. It turns out that I have been actively expressing myself in front of Mr. Crouch, and this is actually the root cause of my being marginalized. When Blake saw Percy like this, he knew he meant to use it. He patted Percy on the shoulder. Actually, your ability is stronger than your father's. What you need to do is not to express yourself in a hurry, but to settle down first. Otherwise, even if you get the attention of your boss and get promoted, you will be jealous of others because of your lack of qualifications, and thus be isolated. In the Ministry of Magic, being isolated is not a good thing. You look at your father. Although his official position is not high, his popularity is very good. In fact, if your father had no ambition, his position would not stop here. Mr. Weasley comes from a pure-blood family and is very popular. If he had any ambition, he would have been promoted over the years. It's just that he likes Muggle things and doesn't want to fight for some things, so he has stayed in his current position. Moreover, despite his low position now, it is not that easy to get rid of him. Otherwise, Mr. Weasley would have been dismissed from his post during the Ford incident, and he might even have been thrown into Azkaban. But the result was just a fine, and even Malfoy couldn't do anything to him. This shows that Mr. Weasley is not really useless in the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, if Percy wants to be promoted, he doesn't need to be so eager to express himself. Thank you, Blake. I have never thought about this in the past. I only thought that as long as I showed my ability well enough, I would definitely get the second grade from my boss. Unexpected favor. Okay, Percy, it's not too late from now on. Do the job Mr. Crouch gave you first. 7. Then Percy went to the Muggle's house. He planned to use a confusion spell on the Muggles' family and then let them travel temporarily to avoid the Quidditch World Cup. As for Blake, he stayed here and cured the Muggles' sequelae easily. Then he applied a confusion spell and let him go home and start traveling with his family. After finishing his work, Blake noticed Dumbledore's faint gaze behind him. "Blake, what you just taught Percy, was it Grindelwald who taught you?" "Ah?" Chapter 547. "Great! They're coming for me." "No, no one taught me. Isn't this common sense?" Blake looked at Dumbledore in shock. "Well, if you say no one has taught you, then no one has taught you." Dumbledore shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. Blake knew very well that Dumbledore definitely believed that he learned this trick from Grindelwald. However, this is indeed not taught by others. After experiencing severe beatings from society in his previous life, Blake is not too familiar with these things. However, it doesn't matter. It's not some heavenly group. At most, Grindelwald was misunderstood by Dumbledore, thinking that he deliberately taught him these things in order to make him yearn for power and cultivate his own ambitions. Anyway, these two old men have never dealt with each other. One more misunderstanding will not affect them at all. It should still be beaten and scolded. After dealing with Muggle matters, Blake and Dumbledore entered the camp together. The camp is large and can accommodate all the spectators who come to watch the World Cup finals. All kinds of weird tents are dotted here and there. No wonder the Muggle gentleman has been using the forgetting curse all the time. In the Muggle world, have you ever seen a broom that can automatically clean the roof of a tent? And have you ever seen a person flying into the sky on a broom? In fact, these wizards were too unrestrained and had no intention of concealing their identity as wizards. The Ministry of Magic's ban on using magic in the camp was completely ignored. The camp is not far from the administrator's duty booth. As soon as you look up, you can see 1 or 2 eye bags. If the Muggle administrator doesn't use the forgetting charm, they will think that they are crazy. But now, the administrator has been replaced, and the Muggle doesn't need to be frightened by these supernatural powers all the time. Blake quickly found his campsite. It was a fairly flat open space, and tents had been set up on both sides. Fortunately, these two accounts look relatively normal. When Blake took out the tent, Dumbledore had already been discovered. Dumbledore's popularity is still very good, and soon he was surrounded by enthusiastic people. This made Blake very emotional. The idea of letting Dumbledore help set up the tent seemed to be out of the question. Of course, Blake's reputation is already quite good, so after discovering Dumbledore, Hylek was also discovered. Therefore, before Blake could finish sighing, he was also surrounded. Moreover, the tent that Blake had been thinking about setting up was also set up by enthusiastic people. The crowd quarreled for a while and then slowly dispersed. When Nagini took Rebecca to fetch water, Dumbledore asked to go out. Blake, who understood what Dumbledore wanted to do, didn't ask any more questions, but returned to the tent and started preparing ingredients for lunch. When the World Cup ends in 3 days, we will naturally find out. This time, Blake will not let those Death Eaters escape. It's best to follow the clues, find the location of Voldemort's invincible weakling, and then eliminate him. The last time he ran away was purely due to his luck. I don't know what Dracula and the others planned to let Voldemort do, but they actually saved him. This puzzled Blake. At lunchtime, Dumbledore didn't come back either. After lunch, Blake went out for a walk with Nagini and the others. The camp area has now been transformed into a temporary town. Various shops, he temporarily stationed temporary shops here. There are also many small vendors on the street selling various peripheral products from their carts. Therefore, at first glance, this place is even busier than Diagon Alley. Blake also saw many wizards from other countries. Of course, in order not to cause conflicts, magic separated their camps according to countries. Nagini and Rebecca were shopping happily, buying various small gifts. Blake, on the other hand, was observing everything around him. No incident occurs without warning. He did not believe that there would be no clues about the upcoming riot. If one person stands up and sets fire, others can all take out the same masks and start a riot? Therefore, Blake still prefers that this was a premeditated riot. In addition, this time Bella escaped early and successfully took Voldemort away. Then the riot became more purposeful. Voldemort must want to gain something from this riot. Unless this commotion is just a chain reaction caused by a certain Death Eater's convulsive operation. But this possibility is really low. Suddenly, Blake turned and looked behind him because he keenly felt a malicious gaze staring at him. But there were many pedestrians behind him, and he didn't see the owner who was looking at him. Blake touched his chin and suddenly had an idea in his mind. Could it be that these guys are here for me? In a certain tent, Rodolphus took off his cloak and took out a magic address book. There is only one page in this address book, and on it is Bella's portrait. The magic address book introduced by Blake is different from Muggle phones or mobile phones. It is an alchemy tool with a very single function, just like a double-sided mirror. Others, even Blake, the producer, cannot intercept the information above. Therefore, after discovering how useful and confidential this thing was, Bella immediately asked Rodolphus to get 2 copies. After successfully contacting Bella, Rodolphus whispered, "That boy Harry Potter is indeed here, but the Weasley family tent where he is located is surrounded by tents of other Ministry of Magic officials. It is a key area patrolled by Aurors. If we raid there, the success rate is not high." Mr. Weasley's tent was surrounded by his colleagues, and most of the former Order of the Phoenix members were also nearby. If you really want to take Harry Potter away by force, it's not that simple. "Can we do it while he's out?" Bella asked with a frown. "I have been observing for several days. When he goes out, there are always people following him quietly." "People from the Order of the Phoenix? I don't know. It might be an Auror." Rodolphus shook his head. "Those people were very alert, and I didn't dare to observe more." "Okay. It seems that the Master is right. With the 2 of us, it is indeed not easy to kidnap the boy here." Bella pondered for a while, and then asked, "So Blake Green is here?" "Yes, I was just about to say that I just saw him not far away." Rodolphus nodded. "Oh?" Bella's tone became excited. "If we can't catch Harry Potter, then it will be the same if we catch Blake Green. Master hates this traitor just as much." But, Bella, Blake came with Dumbledore." "What did you say?" Bella frowned. She didn't expect that Dumbledore would not protect Harry Potter, but would follow Blake. This is a bit troublesome, because with Dumbledore here, it is impossible for them to touch Blake. "Don't worry, Bella. When Blake took to the street just now, I found that there was no other threat around him except the witch named Nagini." "Dumbledore isn't here?" "Not here." "Okay, this means that Dumbledore is not here to protect Blake. In other words, Blake will be alone in the future. We have a great chance of success," Bella said excitedly. Blake went out, but Dumbledore didn't follow him. There was only Nagini by his side, so as long as one of them entangled Nagini and the other caught Blake, they could run away directly. Dumbledore's focus of protection should have always been on Harry Potter. The 2 of them suddenly attacked Blake. Dumbledore couldn't believe it. As long as Nagini is taken care of, as for Blake's combat power? Haha, it's completely negligible. Voldemort did say that Blake's learning ability is very strong, but no matter how strong he is still a teenager. How strong can he be? Moreover, the Daily Prophet wrote that if Nagini had not been present, Blake might even have been killed by a few little-known Karami. Logically speaking, there is no reason for a newspaper like the Daily Prophet to lie about these things. Therefore, in Bella's mind, even if Blake will be a wizard of Dumbledore's level in the future, Blake, who has not yet grown up, is just a wizard. A battle with Wusa City has begun. Just follow Voldemort's idea. Start a riot, wait until Dumbledore and others go to quell the riot, and then you and Rodolphus will raid Blake. If there is only one Nagini, in this 2-on-1 wave, the advantage is mine. Blake is different from Harry Potter. There are not so many people watching around him, so his success rate is very high. Okay, let me get ready first. Bella, you also report to the Master to see if there are any mistakes. Contact me tonight. Rodolphus said and put the hood back on, got up. The original owner of this tent was just an ordinary wizard who was now controlled by Rodolphus's imperious curse. His tent became Rodolphus's temporary residence. Rodolphus glanced at the original owner of the tent, and after confirming that there was no problem with the imperious curse on the other person, he walked out of the tent again. In the camp, there are wizards from all over the world, and the customs in many places are also different. Therefore, Rodolphus, wearing a hood and covering his face, was not eye-catching in the crowd. After all, there were many people wrapped in black robes. After Rodolphus wandered around for a while, he quietly sneaked into a luxurious tent. After a while, Lucius Malfoy looked at Rodolphus in front of him, his face pale. Rodolphus and Bella never came back after leaving Malfoy Manor. He thought the two would never come back again. Unexpectedly, I would find him here again. Lucius Malfoy glanced helplessly at Narcissa and Draco, who were curled up on the sofa. They were also very alarmed by Rodolphus's sudden arrival. After all, it is certainly impossible for a wanted criminal like Rodolphus to appear here because he wants to watch the World Cup. In other words, they must have some conspiracy, and appearing in their tent proves it. That is, in their conspiracy, you can also play a role. "What else do you want me to do for you?" Lucius asked helplessly. Now he just wants to cut off from these two desperados as soon as possible. "It's not what I want you to do, but what the master wants you to do," Rodolphus said softly, but when these words fell into Lucius's ears, they were like a heavy hammer. What do you mean? You mean master, master?" Lucius's lips turned a little white. "What? Do you still have many masters, Lucius?" The master is back?" Lucius already felt his bum. "My legs are getting weak." "Of course, we have found the owner," Rodolphus said proudly. Then why didn't the master come?" Lucius still wanted to struggle, still hoping that Voldemort didn't come back. It was just Rodolphus who was crazy. Rodolphus smiled and said, "Really? Rather than me, you would rather have the master come in person? Ha ha! I think you should be lucky that it's just me, right?" Lucius's heart was sinking. Rodolphus didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, even if Lucius doubted the other party, he did not dare to gamble with his life and fortune. Because no matter whether Voldemort comes back or not, once he refuses to provide help to the other party, he is almost 100% sure that the other party will definitely destroy his family. "So, what can I do for the master?" Lucius asked, as if he was resigned to his fate. "After the World Cup, the master needs a big chaos. How to do it, you don't need me to teach you, right?" "Okay, I understand." Lucius nodded palely. "Well, Lucius, if you do well, I think the master will definitely forgive your previous betrayal." "I did not betray the master. I want Dolph's." "Really? Are you betraying me?" "I think the master will naturally have an answer when the time comes." Rodolphus smiled. Lucius understood that the other party was warning himself that he must do as he asked. If you don't do what he asks, then you will really betray Voldemort. At that time, if Voldemort really comes back, you will definitely be the first one to be operated on. "I know," Lucius responded in a muffled voice. "Okay, let's wait and see." Rodolphus put on his disguise again and left the Malfoy family's tent. After Rodolphus left, Lucius sat down on the chair, with half of the color on his face gone. Narcissa asked with a trembling voice, "Lucius, is what he is telling the truth? The Dark Lord is really back?" I don't know." Then you really want to do what he said?" "Narcissa, you know, we can't afford to bet. We really can't afford to bet." At this time, Draco Malfoy was stunned. What did he hear? The Dark Lord is actually back and asking his father to do something. If he doesn't do it well, his whole family will be destroyed. Thinking of this, an unprecedented sense of fear arose in his heart. Chapter 548. I have Grindelwald on my left hand and Dumbledore on my right hand. How should you resp? For the next 3 days, Blake went out for a walk every day. Soon he met Cassandra and the others and visited their tents respectively. At noon the next day, he found the Weasley family's tent in the corner of the camp. No surprise, Harry came with the Weasley family. After all, Sirius was too busy right now to get up with Harry. Moreover, Blake also saw some figures outside the Weasley family's tent, although they seemed to be passing by or doing their own thing casually. But Blake noticed that their eyes were all paying attention to the Weasley family's tent. If Blake guessed correctly, these were some of Dumbledore's preparations for going out these days. With that prophecy, Harry is the most critical person, so Dumbledore has to send someone to protect him. Therefore, the defensive focus naturally shifted to Harry. If the Death Eaters are coming for you, this is indeed a good opportunity for the Death Eaters. In fact, if Blake is really weak, Dumbledore will definitely leave someone to protect Blake. After all, there are not many people who have ideas about him. However, Dumbledore knew Blake's strength, so he subconsciously did not arrange for anyone to be around Blake. In this way, the Death Eaters thought they had seen a loophole. In the past few days, when Blake went out, Nagini was the only one with him. This information was naturally passed back by Rodolphus, who was observing from a distance. If Voldemort hadn't been cautious and asked Rodolphus to strictly follow the plan, divert the tiger away from the mountain, attack in the east and west, and then capture Blake, Rodolphus couldn't help but want to take action in advance. It's true that Blake's defenseless look has too many flaws, so it's tempting. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. That night, Dumbledore also returned to the tent. There are only a few hours left before the game starts. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the tent. "Blake, good evening. Do you want to set off together?" Then Grindelwald walked in with a sting. When Nagini saw Grindelwald, her pupils shrank slightly, while Dumbledore's face turned dark. "What are you doing here?" Dumbledore asked coldly. "Aha! Why can't I come? All the tickets in someone's hands were given by me." Grindelwald sneered. Dumbledore did not pay attention to Grindelwald's taunt, but said seriously, "Blake can't go with you. Think about how much hatred you have. There are already many people staring at Blake now. Do you want more people to stare at him? It is mediocre not to be envied by others, Dumbledore. With such a talent, Blake will inevitably be envied by others. This is something he cannot escape, so since he cannot escape, then face it bravely. Instead of letting him hide all the time, it is better to let him appear in front of the world with me. In that case, when those petty thugs want to touch Blake, they must first consider my feelings." Grindelwald put his hand on Blake's shoulder. "I just want people to know how much I appreciate him. Touching him means touching me. Those people may not be afraid of offending you, but they must be afraid of offending me. The reason is definitely better than yours. I understand, Dumbledore." Dumbledore frowned. Although he didn't want Blake to have more contact with this bastard, what Grindelwald said made some sense. Others are not afraid of offending Dumbledore, because they know that if Dumbledore wants to cause trouble for them, he must follow the rules. Those who follow the rules are best bullied of fools. But Grindelwald is different. Everyone knows that he is a person who does not follow the rules. If you really offend him, he doesn't need evidence. If you just have suspicion, he will kill you. Dumbledore may fight you in the Wizengamot courts and find you guilty, but Grindelwald... What is the law? Have you ever heard of Avada Kedavra? Therefore, Dumbledore became entangled. On the one hand, he did not want Blake to have more contact with Grindelwald, fearing that he would become a bad example by following a bastard who was good at inciting people. On the other hand, he also knew that if Grindelwald could show his appreciation for Blake and favor, Blake's safety will be greatly guaranteed. "Blake, what do you think?" Dumbledore couldn't help but ask Blake's opinion. Blake said calmly, "Professor Dumbledore, actually when the Daily Prophet reported that I came up with the idea of the welfare institution and Professor Grindelwald accepted it, I have been inseparable from him." Dumbledore's eyes darkened. Yes, unknowingly, he already had such a connection with Grindelwald in Lake. Now it's too late to recut. "That's all. Let's go together then," Dumbledore said helplessly. "Since you want to take advantage of the situation to protect Blake, let's add some code. Dumbledore wants those who want to have ideas against Blake to know that if he hurts Blake, he will offend himself and Grindelwald at the same time." Grindelwald frowned. "What together? Who wants to go with you?" "You go alone." "Who wants to go with you?" "I'm going with Blake." "Ha ha, I am enough. You are just here to make up the numbers." Grindelwald dismissed it. An evil fire arose in Dumbledore's heart. If it weren't for the discipline he had developed over the years, he would really want to beat Grindelwald again. "What? You want to fight? I tell you, old man, I'm not afraid of you now. Blake has prepared a good wand for me," Grindelwald said arrogantly. Blake put his hand on his forehead and said, "Why is this old guy always provoking Dumbledore? It turns out he is waiting here." Although the wand he made for Grindelwald was powerful, It was still slightly inferior to the Elder Wand. If they really wanted to fight, Blake felt that Grindelwald would still have to be beaten. Moreover, if they fight now, the commotion will not be caused by Death Eaters. The aftermath of their battle alone will be enough to cause a big commotion. Seeing the rising momentum between the two sides, Blake knew something was wrong. Next to her, Nagini had pulled Rebecca back to the edge of the tent, and Rebecca had already turned pale from this invisible pressure. Blake stretched out his hands, one in each hand, towards the wand-holding hands of the two old guys. "Calm down, you two. Do you want to destroy the entire camp?" Dumbledore and Grindelwald both looked at their hands in shock, because they feel as if their hand holding the wand is clamped by an iron vice, unable to move at all. They also felt a powerful magic power in Blake's hand, and he was locking the wand in his hand, preventing him from using magic smoothly. Only wizards with the same strength as them can do this. Since when did Blake become so powerful? Soon, with Blake's violent dissuasion, the momentum in the tent gradually dissipated. Blake was right. Fighting here would definitely cause a commotion and even cause casualties due to stampedes or the like. Tonight's World Cup final will definitely come to an end, which is something neither old guy wants to see. Next to them, Nagini and Rebecca also breathed a sigh of relief. They had a hunch that if these two fought, it would be a big scene. As a result, Rebecca and Nagini also admired Blake. With two such terrifying wizards, Blake actually stopped their fight without changing his expression. This is something not everyone can do. Let's go. Let's go watch the game together." Blake did not let go of the two elderly people's hands, but directly took their wrists and walked out of the tent. Nagini and Rebecca looked at each other and followed them with their own things. "I almost transformed," Rebecca muttered. Nagini said quickly, "Don't transform. Otherwise, the damage caused by you, BJCD alone may be greater than the damage caused by those two people." Rebecca pouted and said, I have mastered the power after my transformation a long time ago, so I won't cause so much damage." Nagini said, "You onlay, you have a clear consciousness after the transformation, but you still need to be familiar with your power. Otherwise, if you move your body even slightly, it will cause huge damage. Just like a person with great strength using a knife and fork, if you don't control your strength well, the knife and fork will be bent. I think you haven't specially trained your strength?" "Well, I really haven't trained." Rebecca nodded. She already understood what Nagini meant. "Don't worry, Rebecca, I will give you special training later until you fully master your own power." Outside the tent, Blake turned to Rebecca and said with a smile, "Rebecca is very important to Blake. If nothing unexpected happens, figuring out the secret of Obscurus in Rebecca will play a huge role in going back to the past to rescue Ariana. The fourth disaster needs Ariana, so Blake has to do this." "Okay," Rebecca said obediently. "Oh, this little girl is a bit special." Grindelwald looked at Rebecca with a smile on his face. "She's an Obscurial who has complete control over her Obscurus," Blake explained. "Oh?" Grindelwald's eyes suddenly lit up. "There is such a genius? Little girl, your name is Rebecca, right? Why don't you come to our Nurmengard Academy of Magic? Don't go to some magical place. Hogwarts." Dumbledore squinted at Grindelwald's old face and said, "Old bastard, don't take advantage of Rebecca." From the beginning, Grindelwald coveted Cresden, who was also an Obscurus. "Now you actually have your mind set on Rebecca again?" Dumbledore was angry in his heart. "This old bastard. I knew you still didn't give up," Grindelwald said seriously. "As the principal of the Magic Academy, I can't bear to see a talented girl brought disaster by your Hogwarts. How about Rebecca? Come to our Nurmengard." "Really, we in Nurmengard are very tolerant," Rebecca shook her head. "Wherever Blake is, I'll go." "That's it. That's a pity," Grindelwald said regretfully. "Sk, Blake, you are indeed a member of our family, but girls like him." "Ahem," Dumbledore glared at Grindelwald. Okay, I won't say anything, okay? I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to make it difficult for the child." Grindelwald sneered and made a face. "Okay, stop arguing. Let's go. Look, the game will start soon." At this time there was a sound of bells in the distance, and then all the lanterns were lit up on the road leading to the arena. "This means that you can enter." Blake took the two old men, Nagini and Rebecca, and walked along the lighted road towards the woods. On the road, when people saw this combination, they were shocked. Oh my God, Dumbledore and Grindelwald actually watched the World Cup final with Blake? Aren't Dumbledore and Grindelwald bitter enemies? Big news. Some people who had ulterior motives for Blake, after seeing how close Blake was to these two big shots, shrank their necks, retreated, and sent the information back overnight. Go. If Grindelwald mentioned Blake before, it was because he admired Blake's talent. Then now, Blake is holding the hands of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, which shows that it is more grace. So many questions. The most basic point is that Grindelwald's appreciation of Blake's talent is definitely more than just appreciation. Who can hold Grindelwald's hand to watch the game so naturally? Blake was not the Auror who arrested Grindelwald. What's more, Blake not only held Grindelwald, he also held Dumbledore with his right hand. All this can only show one thing, that is, from now on, Blake is no longer someone they can mess with. Unless you are sure to face Dumbledore and Grindelwald at the same time. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who originally planned to use Blake's advantage, said nothing and allowed Blake to pull them forward. Nagini and Rebecca followed them, and also experienced the feeling of being in the spotlight. In the distance, Rodolphus, who had been hiding in the dark, looked a little gloomy. If this doesn't start a riot tonight, it won't lure Dumbledore and Grindelwald a bah. There was absolutely no way he could catch Blake, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. This combination, even if the Master in his prime comes, they have to avoid the edge for a while. Moreover, if a riot really breaks out, Dumbledore will definitely be lured away, but Grindelwald, it's hard to say. If Grindelwald had been by Blake's side, he would never be able to catch Blake. Rodolphus was very self-aware. Thinking of this, Rodolphus immediately hid in a corner and relayed this information back. Blake and the others followed the road and walked into the woods. After walking for about 20 minutes, they saw the huge and magnificently decorated stadium. At this time, Blake had already released his hold on the two old men's hands. It was enough to be seen by others at the beginning, and it was enough to achieve his purpose. The big man's 10 hands is also quite embarrassing. Wow! Rebecca looked at the huge stadium in front of her in shock. Only when you stand at your feet can you realize how majestic a stadium of this size is. The largest stadium in the Muggle world is not half as big as this stadium. Blake explained to Rebecca, 500 Ministry of Magic employees worked for a whole year to build such a large stadium. It can accommodate 100,000 people to watch the game, every place. They are all covered with Muggle expulsion spells. If any Muggle approaches accidentally, they will suddenly remember an urgent matter and leave. Although the Ministry of Magic is not doing very well in some areas, but this course is still very good. Chapter 549 Vila? I have a bold idea. First-class tickets, please enter from here. At the entrance of the stadium, a witch from the Ministry of Magic was checking the tickets. After Blake and others checked their tickets, they successfully entered the splendid stadium. Their tickets are VIP tickets, and the location is in the top box. Therefore, after walking through the passage paved with red carpet, there are stairs all the way up. Through the gap in the stairs, Blake saw the spectators in the oval stadium who were walking to their seats in the stalls. It has to be said that magic can indeed bring about extremely exaggerated creations. Such a high, steep seating arrangement is extremely contrary to physics. In short, at first glance, it is very magical. The crowd went all the way up and soon walked into a box minister. The box is located on the highest floor, and the seats inside have the best view. At this time, there were already people in the box where Blake was. Cassandra and the others, who were the ones Blake sent the tickets to, were naturally among them. Coincidentally, Mr. Weasley also received a ticket to this box due to his excellent connections in the Ministry of Magic. After Blake said hello to everyone, he wanted to find his own seat and sit down. Suddenly, he saw Harry talking to a house elf he had never seen before. However, the house elf seemed to be very scared and kept covering his face with his hands even when he was talking to Harry. Winky also knows Dobby, Harry Potter, but Winky thinks that Dobby can't continue like this. Dobby should find another job, the house elf said sharply. Hasn't Dobby found a job yet? Harry asked. Dobby definitely doesn't have a job. Why? Because when he was looking for a job, he actually asked for payment. Twinkle screamed, her voice full of confusion. House elves shouldn't be paid for their work. Oh, otherwise, Harry Potter should stop talking to Winky, because Winky is afraid of heights. While Blake was listening to their conversation, he glanced at the empty seat next to Winky. That location was empty, at least in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Blake is not an ordinary person, and neither are Dumbledore and Grindelwald around him. Blake's true eyes clearly saw that there was a person sitting in that empty seat, a haggard man with a pale face. It's just that he is covered with an invisibility cloak. However, this is just an ordinary invisibility cloak. Blake glanced at Dumbledore next to him in mock confusion. You know, Dumbledore can even see through Harry's Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak, so how could he not see through this ordinary invisibility cloak? Sure enough, Dumbledore's face suddenly darkened, because he recognized that haggard-looking man. What? Do you recognize that guy? Grindelwald asked curiously. An ordinary invisibility cloak can't hide Grindelwald either. Well, indeed, Dumbledore said solemnly. With his wisdom, when he saw Barty Crouch Jr. here, he had already roughly guessed the truth. Barty Jr. was thrown into Azkaban. Not long after, Barty Jr. died in Azkaban. At the same time, Barty Jr.'s mother also passed away. If Dumbledore couldn't guess what was going on when he saw little Barty, he wouldn't be called Dumbledore. Sigh. Old Barty, you are so confused. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Aha! That guy old Barty really has a lot of ideas. He actually asked his house elf to help him occupy the position. However, this method is still very good. Fudge and a middle-aged man walked in from outside the box. He had just shaken Mr. Weasley's hand and had not even exchanged a few words when he saw Grindelwald. He coughed twice, hurriedly said goodbye to Mr. Weasley, and walked over pretending to be normal, chatting with Grindelwald. I didn't expect you to come today. Oh, this is the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. However, before Fudge finished his introduction, the Bulgarian Minister of Magic almost sat down on the ground in fright. It seems that this is another cruel, poor man who has seen Grindelwald. Fudge seemed to understand this, and had to help the minister to sit in another position with a slight embarrassment. Am I so terrible? Grindelwald said dissatisfied. What have you done before? Don't you know anything about it? Dumbledore said coldly. D9. After Dumbledore habitually scolded Grindelwald, he looked at Barty again, who was hidden by the invisibility cloak. Blake was now curious about what choice Dumbledore would make. Therefore, although he ran to sit next to Cassandra, his eyes were paying close attention to Dumbledore's every move. However, before Dumbledore moved, little Barty over there was keenly aware of the eyes on him. He is now in an invisibility cloak. Logically speaking, no one can see him. Little Barty subconsciously turned his head to look this way, and then his face became dull, because his eyes happened to meet Dumbledore's meaningful eyes. Little Barty stretched out his hand in panic, grabbed Twinkle's hand under the cloak, and said in a low voice but hastily, Quickly, someone found me. What? Winky turned her head and immediately saw Dumbledore and where his eyes fell. The next second, Flashing face was filled with shock and fear. Harry asked in surprise, Winky, who is talking? He seemed to vaguely hear someone talking next to Twinkle just now. However, there was clearly an empty seat next to Twinkle. Little Barty saw Dumbledore coming this way, so he grabbed Winky's hand harder. Twinkle came to her senses immediately, quickly took Barty's hand, then snapped her fingers and disappeared directly into the box. Even little Barty next to her was taken away. Harry looked at the disappearing Twinkle beside him with a confused face, not knowing what happened. Dumbledore stopped, turned to Blake and said, I'll leave for a while. Then after he glanced at Grindelwald, he apparated directly into the box. This scene made everyone in the box look puzzled. They didn't know why Dumbledore would leave like this. What happened to Professor Dumbledore? Cassandra asked. Oh, maybe something happened temporarily. You know, he's always very busy. It's very rare that he can come to watch the game this time, Blake explained casually. Of course, Dumbledore went after Barty Jr., but Lick had no intention of helping. Dumbledore took action personally, and Blake didn't even know how Barty Jr. was going to run away. A house elf couldn't stop Dumbledore. Why is there any need for him to help? It's better to stay in the box and watch the game with the girls and have fun. People were just confused about Dumbledore's sudden departure. Then, people forget about it, especially when the game is about to start. The seats in the box were gradually filled. The Malfoy family of 3 appeared at the door of the box at the last moment. It's just that Lucius Malfoy didn't seem to be in very good spirits. Even when he saw his arch-rival Arthur Weasley, he couldn't muster the energy to go and taunt him. It seems that there are many things on his mind. After Fudge and Grindelwald chatted for a few more words in their seats, they walked to the window of the box, pointed their wands at their throats, and said, "The voice is loud." Then his voice was amplified dozens of times. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to watch the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The audience burst into cheers and applause. Thousands of flags were waved simultaneously, accompanied by the chaotic national anthem. On the magic billboard opposite the auditorium, the advertisement about BB's multi-flavor beans was erased and replaced by a scoreboard. Bulgaria, 0. Ireland, 0. Okay, without further ado, please allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. Blake immediately became excited because he knew that the mascot of the Bulgarian national team was the famous Vila. The Delacour sisters are only a quarter of Vila blood, but they are already so beautiful. What will a real Vila look like? At this moment, more than 100 Vila appeared on the field. Just for a moment, almost all the men present had expressions of obsession on their faces. Looking at the more than 100 Vila on the field who were too beautiful to be human, even Blake couldn't help but admire them. At this time, the more than 100 Vila started dancing. That scene was simply too beautiful to describe. No, Harry and Ronald both climbed onto the railing. If Mr. Weasley hadn't held them back, they would have almost jumped off. Although Blake is not that exaggerated, his face is full of intoxication. It is a common hobby of human beings to like beautiful people and things, not to mention a wonderful creature like Vila. Blake suddenly had a bold idea. How about using the Pokeball to catch a few Vila back and dance them just for him? Just when Blake was thinking about how to operate without attracting attention, he felt a faint pain in his waist. Blake turned his head in confusion and immediately saw Cassandra twisting the soft flesh of his waist angrily. However, in front of Blake's strong body, Cassandra's damage to him was almost 0. "Stop it, it's so prickly." Blake grabbed Cassandra's little hand and stopped her movements. This made Mr. Worley next to him narrow his eyes. "Humph, you boys are so bad," Cassandra muttered, but was reluctant to pull her hand away from Blake. "Sk." Hermione's nozzle sound also came from the side. "You can't run away, little Barty." In the woods beside the camp, Dumbledore stared at the pale man in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Ha! Dumbledore! Long time no see." Little Barty stuck out his tongue like crazy. At this time, the invisibility cloak on his body had been torn off, and he was dragged to his hands by the panicked Shining. 0. "Come with me, little Barty," Dumbledore said. "Follow you? Where to go?" "To see my father, who has used the dimensioning curse on me for more than 10 years. Or throw me back to Azkaban. Ha! I don't know which of the two is worse." Seeing being caught up by Dumbledore, with no hope of escape, the little boy Barty didn't care at all anymore. "Little master, run away with Flash! Run away with Flash!" At this time, Flash was anxiously pulling on little Barty's sleeves, wanting to continue to take him to escape. But little Barty threw her to the other side. He knew that there was no way to escape now. Who would have thought that a busy man like Dumbledore would come to watch the Quidditch World Cup? "No matter what, you pig need to make it clear." Before Dumbledore could finish speaking, he heard a roar from the side. "You little bastard! You're actually still alive! Avada Kedavra!" Dumbledore's expression changed. "Stop!" Boom! The two magic spells collided. "Ha-ha!" Little Barty looked at his livid father and laughed wildly. Yes, this is you, Dad. You have to kill me, right? Otherwise, your career will be hindered by me again." Old Batty's face suddenly turned pale. What am I doing? Why would I use a death curse on my own son?" Dumbledore saw old Barty beginning to withdraw his strength, so he was also ready to slowly remove the spell. But that's it. Thunderbolt explosion. Boom! An explosion curse was thrown away by Dumbledore and landed not far from him. The smoke and dust in the sky obstructed Dumbledore's vision. Then, little Barty, who was still laughing maniacally, felt his arm being grabbed tightly by someone, and he apparated away from the place. Dumbledore flicked his wand, and the dust in the sky was instantly cleared away. However, there was no one else on the other side except the house elf Sparkle, who looked frightened. Little Barty was rescued. Moreover, the rescuer was much more experienced than Twinkle. When disapparating, it seemed that some kind of invisibility spell was used, and no trace was left behind. Not even Dumbledore could trace their whereabouts exactly. Old Batty stared blankly at the place where his son was missing, his lips trembling. Slight lie. "Barty, I think you may need to explain what is going on," Dumbledore said with a heavy face. "Besides Mr. and Mrs. Lestrange, who else can rescue little Barty tonight? Little Barty's departure is equivalent to locking up a good helper for Voldemort." As if all the bones in his body had been shaken, old Batty sat down softly on the ground, his eyes dull. "I failed to refuse the request of my then-dying wife, used Polyjuice Potion to change him out of Azkaban, and then used the Dimensioning Curse on him. Take control at home." Old Batty murmured. How can you be so confused?" Dumbledore sighed deeply. Chapter 550. Grindelwald. They really volunteered. They are so easy to talk to. "Albus, you shouldn't stop me from killing him," old Barty suddenly said weakly. I just don't want to see you kill him," Dumbledore said helplessly. Dumbledore didn't say that Barty Jr. couldn't be killed, but anyone can kill Barty Jr., but Barty Sr. can't. A father killing his son is the greatest tragedy in the world. Although old Batty made a mistake, he did not want old Batty to have to experience such pain at this age. This is Dumbledore's unique kindness. No, you should have let me kill him, because he is a Death Eater," old Barty murmured. The moment old Barty saw little Barty, he knew that the imperious curse he had placed on him for many years was completely ineffective. In other words, the demon trapped in his son's body was released again. Therefore, he rushed over and wanted to kill little Barty. On the one hand, it was for the sake of his career, which had long come to an end. On the other hand, it was also to stop his son in time. Now, after gradually calming down, old Barty's idea of killing little Barty became clearer. Little Barty escaped, and then everyone he hurt in the future would be killed by himself. This made old Barty feel extremely uneasy. "Don't worry, leave it to me, he can't escape," Dumbledore said calmly. Although little Barty has escaped temporarily, the Lestranges will definitely continue their actions tonight. After planning the operation for so long, it was impossible for them to give up just because they saved little Barty. As long as they still proceed according to the original plan, then Dumbledore, who has been prepared for a long time, will be confident that he will catch them all in one fell swoop. "Well, you've always had it, haven't you? So, what are you going to do with me? Albus?" Old Barty put down the wand in his hand and looked at Dumbledore quietly. His face seemed to have aged dozens of years. Now that Dumbledore knows that he secretly replaced Barty Jr., he understands that his career in the Ministry of Magic is over, and there is a high probability that he will spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. After all, Dumbledore was known to be a stickler for rules. However, old Batty was wrong this time. "You go away. Just pretend this never happened," Dumbledore said softly. What? Old Barty looked at Dumbledore in confusion, thinking that he heard wrongly. "What do you mean?" I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Old Barty, a lot of people still need you. You don't deserve that end." This time, old Batty finally confirmed that he heard correctly. "But, although everyone thinks that I follow the rules, but I actually don't follow the rules that much most of the time," Dumbledore said softly. Dumbledore is very disciplined when it comes to matters of right and wrong, but he is also a human being after all, and he will have his own thoughts and feelings as a human being. Dumbledore, who has always believed in the magic of love, has always been soft-hearted. Barty Sr. now has almost nothing, and except for a moment of confusion about his son, he has never done anything evil. Not only did he not do any evil, he also made outstanding achievements in the war. At the beginning, Barty, who had accumulated a lot of prestige, was about to become the new Minister of Magic, but because his son was a Death Eater, Even though he sacrificed his own family for the greater good, he was no longer eligible for the position of Minister of Magic, and in the end, he could only be transferred to the current idle position. The final result of Barty's lifelong struggle was that his wife died, his son was useless, and his career was ruined. The only thing left for Barty now was also far away from him tonight. If he still reported Barty in this situation, and then put Barty, who had nothing left, into Azkaban, then he would not be Dumbledore. Albus, is it really worth it for you to do this? Why, nin, Barty. Look at it now. Many sinful people, many former Death Eaters, are still alive and well and can even point out the way in the Ministry of Magic. You just made a small mistake that every father would make. Compared with those people, what is it? Why can they be forgiven, but you can't be forgiven? Dumbledore said seriously. A certain first-generation Dark Lord sneezed violently in the box. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his nose, muttering to himself in confusion. Who is scolding me behind my back? Professor, are you sick? Blake asked with concern. Oh, no. My body has never been sick since I drank the longevity potion you gave me. I just suddenly felt a little itchy in my nose. It's nothing. Grindelwald explained quickly. Well, if you are sick, remember to tell me. I made a lot of anti-disease potions before, which can cure many diseases. Oh, a potion to cure diseases? Have you developed a new formula? No, this is just a failure. I wanted to make a universal potion that can cure any disease, but many of the effects conflict with each other and cannot be balanced, so I only made a failure that can only cure more than 70 basic diseases at most. Blake said with regret. I thought I could make a universal potion, not to mention a potion that can cure all diseases, but at least it can cure all diseases, right? As a result, only a failure that can only cure more than 70 diseases came out. Blake sighed regretfully over there, but his words silenced Grindelwald and the people around him who heard Blake speak. A potion that can cure more than 70 basic diseases. This is something that can make any potion master win the Order of Merlin, first class. You actually said it was a failure? Damn, you are worthy of being Blake. I was pretending. Then a large number of system prompts immediately sounded in Blake's mind. The people sitting in this box are not ordinary wizards. They are all powerful wizards who can deliver goods. Blake, how can I wholesale the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin for you directly? Grindelwald said helplessly. Thinking about it, although the things Blake really took out to publish were amazing, they were not many. Thinking about it this way, are there still many things that are actually very amazing, but Blake thought they were garbage and didn't take them out, or just threw them away? It is very likely. Thinking of this, even someone like Grindelwald felt sorry for no reason. At this time, the mascot of the Irish team had left the field. It was a group of Irish leprechauns. When they appeared, they scattered gold galleons all over the field, causing people to scramble for them. Blake didn't pick them up because he knew that these gold galleons were fake. However, Cassandra next to him still stuffed him with a handful. Blake picked up a fake gold galleon and looked at it and couldn't help but be a little surprised, because he found that this fake gold galleon was very realistic. Even he couldn't tell where it was fake. Moreover, these fake gold galleons will completely disappear after the validity period expires. If this is the case, it can be caused by ordinary transfiguration. Transfiguration is just a change in the shape of an object. It's not about changing the object intrinsically. If the time limit of the transformation spell expires, the transformed thing will only change back to its original appearance, rather than disappearing into thin air. Blake looked at the gold galleons in his hand, and his brows slowly widened. I see. This is not a transformation spell, but an illusion-type magic. Moreover, it is an illusion-type magic that can temporarily blind even the Eye of Truth, which I did not activate on purpose. Very impressive. Blake placed the gold galleons in the palm of his hand and then slowly clenched his palm into a fist. When he opened his palm again, the gold galleons in his palm completely disappeared. Not only the gold galleons in his hand, but also the gold galleons in our people's hands, turned into air in Blake's eyes. He also saw Ronald putting a handful of air into his pocket with a silly smile on his face, and even stuffed a handful into the pocket of Harry next to him. A hallucination magic that affects people's vision, touch, and hearing. Gee, interesting. These little leprechauns have this ability, but they use it for this kind of thing. It's a pity indeed. Blake looked at the Irish leprechauns who were leaving, a little jealous. Are these leprechauns humans or magical animals? It should be considered a non-human race, just like centaurs and so on. I don't know if it can support a few beds. 01320519, Felu 1231. Blake, what are you thinking about? Cassandra saw Blake looking blankly at the leprechauns, a little confused. After all, when Blake was looking at those vila just now, he didn't even look at these leprechauns for long. Oh, I was wondering if I should find a way to get some Irish leprechauns to raise. Blake replied casually. Ah? Cassandra looked at Blake with strange eyes. I can understand if you say you want to raise a few vila, but leprechauns, how did you think of raising such a creature? Oh? Really? Do you understand? That's great. I'm also planning to raise a few vila. S-hole. Cassandra angrily stepped on Blake's foot. But Blake's indifferent appearance made Cassandra feel a sense of powerlessness. If I had known better, I wouldn't have mentioned vila. Grindelwald asked with great interest. You want to raise leprechauns and vilas? Ordinary people really have nothing to do, but it will be easy if I take action. Oh? Really? So what are you going to do? What procedures are you going to go through? Blake was already prepared to go through a lot of tedious procedures. B. What is the process? Ask them directly. I think the Bulgarian Minister of Magic and the Irish Minister of Magic are both very easy to talk to. If I ask them directly, they will give it directly. Grindelwald said with confidence. Blake looked at Grindelwald speechlessly. What does it mean to be easy to talk to? I think you think they are easy to bully. However, if Grindelwald really spoke directly, the two ministers might actually clean the vila and send it over. No, it's better not to use it. Blake quickly refused. Just kidding, I'm a serious person. How can I use it to rob? Besides, if I rob directly, then the old man Dumbledore will have to nag him in his ear. Grindelwald immediately understood Blake's concerns. Oh, Blake, you misunderstood. Of course I didn't rob it. They obviously gave it away voluntarily. Ah, yes. Blake said casually. Willingly? He didn't believe it. It's better to go look for it in the wild, then throw a pokeball and conquer it directly. No worries. At the worst, he could just get 2 drops of blood back. He was just curious about the little leprechaun's ability and wanted to find out, but he didn't have to keep it. As for Vila, well, you can have this. At this time, huge cheers rang out in the stadium. Unknowingly, the player introduction session was over, and the game had officially begun. Blake looked at an empty seat next to him. So, Uri, why hasn't Dumbledore come back yet? Does it take so long to catch little Barty? Could it be that something unexpected happened? Little Barty, I didn't expect you to be still alive. As soon as little Barty recovered from the dizziness of the apparition, he saw Rodolphus, who had just taken off his clothes. Is it you? You escaped too? Little Barty asked doubtfully. Rodolphus and Bella were captured in Azkaban almost at the same time as Barty. It's not that easy to escape from Azkaban. He also sacrificed his mother's life to get out of Azkaban. Therefore, little Barty was very surprised that Rodolphus appeared here. I'll talk about my matter later, but it's better to explain your matter clearly. We clearly saw you dead, and then you were carried out and buried by those monsters. How? Ha. Lit. Barty grinned twice and laughed twice, but Rodolphus didn't feel any joy from his laughter. That was my mother. At that time, my mother and I drank polyjuice potion, and then I was swapped out, little Barty explained briefly with. So that's it. Rodolphus nodded. Okay, now that you are safe, I will take you to see the master now. I still have things to do later. What? What did you say? Did you find Voldemort? Little Barty's eyes widened in excitement. Barty Jr. was the only Death Eater allowed to call Voldemort to his face. In addition to teaching him magic in person, Voldemort even talked to him in detail about his ideals and ambitions. It was evident how much Voldemort valued him. Otherwise, little Barty would not treat Voldemort as his father, because what he lacked from his biological father, he completely made up for with Voldemort. Therefore, among Death Eaters, in terms of loyalty, Barty is even more loyal to Voldemort than Bella. Yes, we have found the master. The detailed situation cannot be explained in a short time. I still have the master's plan to complete. I will send you to see the master first. Rodolphus said, and continued to arrange several confusing magics here, and then dragged little Barty and separated away again. When they appeared again, they were already standing at the door of a dilapidated tent. The master is inside. You come with me. I haven't reported the news that you are still alive. Okay. Little Barty tidied his clothes excitedly. After finding that there was no problem, he took a deep breath and followed Rodolphus closely to the tent. Walking in the tent,